Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Marie, hello. Hi Sharon. Hi Suzanne. Hi Emma. Hi Kaylee. Hello, hello, hello. Hi Lee. Hello. Hi Bronnie. Hi Lindsay. Hi Amy. Hello. Hi Cara. How are we all? Are we all okay? Hi Ella. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. How are we all? Halloween. We've got cat lights and we've got bat lights, but the bat lights are sort of not very visible. Hello. How are we all? Spooky, spooky. We are doing Halloween throughout the month of October, so I thought, why not go with the full look? We'll try to redo it each time because obviously it's going to have to go down, but love it. Right, yeah, I've literally just posted the order list. I'm so sorry because me and Aaron were frantically with trying a new new camera software. So we're frantically just trying to make that all so it was perfect. So fingers crossed it's all okay. That yeah, I've literally just posted the order list opposed to normally I post it like an hour beforehand. Yep, Sophie, that's not a problem. And hello, hello, hello. But don't comment how to Halloween season. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you. Oh no, Laura. She's protecting the trick or treat card, so I'm hoping that I'll just be able to dive in with the trick or treat card and pull one out and do it that way. So trick or treat, so that one's a treat, 10% off. So yeah, she's protecting the trick or treat cards. So today we have tantalising treats. So basically, tantalising treats is we've got Casper, Toothy, Dracula. Hang on, wait. We have Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, and Evil Knievel. So the way the tantalising treats work is you will pick a face and you will pick 1, 2, or 3. And then, so it's 1 at the top, 2 in the middle, 3 at the bottom. And I'll pick that and whatever is inside is yours. Now it's oysters in there. So I know on the website it says 2 or more. It's actually 3 or more oysters and 4 pearl oysters are included as well. So it's sort of to either start off your pearl collection or to top up your pearls. If you've got any cage pendants or anything like that, it's a good, yeah, it's a good starter. Why? What's wrong?
He messaged me.
Oh, okay. Sorry, tech man. I don't want it, that's what I'm saying. I do try to, Teresa. Is that going to change it while we're
Not clue.
live?
No, I don't.
Okay, click with me. So we've got the tantalising treats. We've got the trick or treat. So with every order, you get a trick or treat card. If it's a treat, you get a treat. If it's a trick, you don't get anything, but you still obviously do get your order. What did I just click on? Anything else going on tonight? Oh, we've still got Halloween oysters available. So the Halloween oysters are in this bag, and it's just oysters which have got pearls of Halloween colours. And apart from that, all other oysters are available. And we've still got our sparkle dips as well. Camera setup is spot on. Yay!
So it seems to be keeping up with you quite well.
Okay, so shall we get started? Can I please have my tea, Bab?
You think I got called in for tech problems?
I know, sorry, tech problems do come first over tea, but tea very straight afterwards.
Tech problems I need to deal with now.
No more other tech problems. Tea time.
No games.
No games. Games after tea, please. Yes, the witch. I had to turn her off. Basically, the witch. She if she detects movement in front of her, she goes crazy, like and like says something. I had to turn her off because obviously I'm sitting right in front of her. It kept going off, so I thought it'd be really cool if she went off each time I went near. But no, it's too much. So yeah, maybe if Aaron comes in again, I'll get her to turn her on. But yeah, so we do still have spaces available for tonight if you would like to order. Shall we just jump in and then go from there? Because I think I'll keep talking. So up first today is Tracy. No. Yes, sorry, Tracy. Tracy Wilkinson, are you here? Put it on. I can't put it on because it's right at the back. So I'll ask Aaron to when he comes in. But yeah, she does. I don't know. I don't want her to fall off. Sue, bless you. Thank you for the stars there. So the faces, these are £20. And yeah, so it's got 3 oysters in there. And the oysters which are in there are Mystery, Halloween, Nunu, Expand the Rainbow, Normal, and 4 pearl oysters. And there's 3 or more oysters in each bag. So for £20, it's a bargain. I don't normally say stuff like that. Blingy sound. Oh, Bab, technical issue. There's the blingy sound. I think it's this coming through. I think it's pulling through internal sounds. Aaron's here. Like I said, we're doing a new software because the other one just didn't seem to work. So, oh, he fixed it. That was a 1 button click. Thank you, darling. Have your phone on loud. I might need you. So Tracy, hello. Aaron's just sorted it, so you shouldn't hear those sounds anymore. Tracy, you have a pearly dip that is under here, if I can grab it. I don't have all the oyster bags on the table today. Some of them are down here next to me, because obviously she's taking up a lot of the room. So, your pearly dip, my lovely. So as you can see, actually, I'll show you first. There's lots of envelopes in there. There's gold and silver. It doesn't matter what colour envelope. Okay. So, shall we get this open? Heard it again. Okay, how about now? See if it happens again. Tracy, I'm just opening up your pearly dip for you. Okay, so in here you have a pair of earrings, my lovely. Now, these are Swarovski crystal earrings, and they've actually got Swarovski crystal pearls on as well. So if I come down, now let's get this to focus on these. These are the rectangle, so the Baguette mirror earrings. So this mirror effect has got yellows, purples and blues in it. Then you've got that dark iridescent blue Swarovski crystal pearl as well. Now these are hook back earrings, Tracy. I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. Now the pearls, obviously, I'm trying to move them out of the way, but they actually hang, and as they hang, they sort of glimmer with the crystals as well. I do hope you're happy with those. So bring you back up there. And pop these in here for you. Yep, the bling would have been the door. I do have like a bling bling when my door opens and closes. So yeah, that could have been it. Aaron brought me my tea. I've got a really cool mug. Tracy, my lovely, I hope you're happy with those. I haven't seen your comment yet, but I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives as well. And that's safe up there for you. Do you want to see my mug? Oh, it's double-sided. Oh, that's perfect. It's got its little cauldron with its little feet, and it says Witch's Brew, and it's the same on both sides. You have another order as well, Tracy. Oh, bless you. Let me have a look. Ah, you do, Tracy. I apologise. Okay, so you have a tantalising treat. So you're the first one with the tantalising treats today. So let's go to our pumpkin faces. So which face would you like? You've got Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, or Evil Knievel. What do you think, Tracy? So Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, and Evil Knievel. Me and Kia had lots of fun naming these. We couldn't name Casper for ages because she kept saying it's like a baby name, like a baby face. But yeah, so then we finally came up with Casper. And we had to Google the spelling of Evil Knievel about 5 times. I'm still not convinced that that's right. Tracy, you would like Casper. So let's come back. So Casper is this one here. Oh, I forgot to ask, would you like 1, 2 or 3? So basically, I know I'm sort of in the way. 1 is at the top, 2 is in the middle, 3 is at the bottom. And then each time I'm just going to replenish them. I've got some bags ready to just re-hang up again. So there will always be a 1, 2 or 3 option. So that's up to you. So Casper is this one here. 1, 2 or 3. Which one would you like? Oh, does it, Jason? I might have to have a look. So I'm ready to grab. Oh, and I didn't do your... We'll do your trick or treat with this order as well, Tracy. I need to remember the trick or treats. Number 2, so that's this one here. Okay, so Casper number 2 in here. You have 1, 2, and 3 oysters in there, my lovely. So let's go down. Now this camera does autofocus, so if it is blurry, do give it a moment and it should focus itself out, okay? So let me get this open for you. 1, 2, and 3. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So oyster number 1 from Casper, Tracy. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, you have a candy floss pink. And there's no more in that one. So your first pearl out is a Candy Floss Pink. I've just popped the shell to the side just until I hear what you'd like to do, if you'd like to keep or if you'd like to donate them. So again, just bear with me while it focuses itself. So there is your Candy Floss Pink. Donating the shells, perfect, thank you. Moving on to Oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and in here you have a dark grape purple, and there's no more in that one. Oh, so you have a dark grape purple. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in your last oyster, Tracy, you are twinning. And there's no more in that one. So you are twinning with two-tonal blurple twins. Now blurple is a mix between blue and purple, and with your twins you've definitely got one which is lighter than the other there. Now what do you think to these, Tracy? Candy Floss Pink, dark grape purple, and twinning blurples, one which is lighter than the other. I do hope you're happy with all of these. Now with the tantalising treats, there are no colour swaps with these, but I do hope you're happy with the colours. So the pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The grape purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The lighter blurple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. And the darker blurple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. So they are actually measuring at different sizes there. No, Tracy, you're very, very welcome. I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. Like I say, I hope you'll be happy with everything then once it arrives. And thank you very much for the donations with your shells. And that's safe up there for you. Oh wow, Marie, congratulations. I hope baby, mother and family are doing really well. Congratulations, my lovely. Okay, up next then this evening is Brenda Crane. Brenda, oh, trick or treats, thank you. Tracy, your trick or treat. Let me just pop these together. Okay, so your trick or treat, just reminds me, guys. If I dive in here, now I'm not looking. I've just got, oh, got to make it so I've got one. Which way is it? This way round. So your trick or treats card, you actually have a trick with that one. So that does mean that there's no extras with that, Tracy. But again, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Yep, every order gets a trick or treat. So every person does get a trick or treat. I've just got to remember, because it's a new thing, I've got to just remember. So thank you for shouting at me. Okay, so Brenda Crane, are you here? Thank you, guys. And hello, I'm fine, thank you, Leanne. I hope you're well as well. Brenda Crane, are you here? No, Jacqueline, what we've been doing is if people have had multiple orders, they've been having the one trick or treat, because obviously the order's been opened together, so it's like it's put together, if that makes sense. That's what we've done before, so that's what we'll carry on doing, so it's fair for everyone. This cat. Yeah, I can see that on the camera. I don't know why it looks so creepy. It's got a cute smiley face. Lisa, bless you. Thank you for the stars there. So last call for Brenda Crane. If not, we'll move on. Brenda, if you're here, please type I'm invisible or bring your comment forward so I can see you. And if anybody sees Brenda, please comment on her comment, because again, it will bring it forward so I can see. And if she's not here, that's absolutely fine. We'll move on. And if she comes back on, we can add her into the end of the order list. Okay, so I haven't seen Brenda, so we're going to move on. Like I say, if she comes on, we can add her in again. Up next is Bronnie Van Leer. Bronnie, are you here? Oh no, you're frozen. Okay, if people are frozen, possibly come out and come back in again. The screenshot was amazing. Oh no, Samantha, is it like a funny face? Just touch wood, it all runs okay. In my end, it's all looking fine. So if it does freeze, possibly come out and come back in again. It may be a Facebook thing. But I am keeping a close eye on it my end. Bronnie, hello. So you've got one opening altogether. Mystery Oyster and donate the shells. And you're hoping for a Cadbury purple. Okay, so your Mystery Oyster. Let me get him open. And let's go down. So your Mystery Oyster. You have a light pop there. Oh, Marie, bless you. Thank you for the stars there, my lovely. Now, this shell, Bronnie, is falling apart slightly, so I do apologise if it falls apart. There we go. Okay, so that is your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see you are quadding. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Bronnie, you are quadding, my lovely. And there's no more in that one. So you've got the 4 pearls in the 1 oyster here, which means you get to pick which one of these you'd like on your jewellery. Then you'll have the other pearls loose as well. So you have a candy floss pink, a bright pink, a icy blue, and let me just see if I can get, this is an oil slick, but I'm just going to see if I can get it focused. Oh, I don't know. Can you see? So it's purple here. It goes round to like a silver, a blue, and a green, and back to that purple. It's quite hard. This camera prefers to focus on the pearls while it's in the sand. I know, I'm sorry. So, what do you think, Bronnie? So that is an oil slick. I know you can't see it as clearly, but it is an oil slick there. What do you think to those? And if you're happy with those, I'll need to know which ones you'd like on the jewellery. Let me pop them on the board for you. So the oil slick is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5. The icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. The brighter pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5, and the pink, the Candy Floss pink, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. You'd like to swap both of your pinks for darker Cadbury, not darker, but for Cadbury purples. Who needs shushing? I'm just grabbing your purples for you, Bronnie. What do you think to these two here? Oil slick on the jewellery and extras on lobster fittings. Not a problem. So I've swapped those pinks for you. If you have a look at those purples there, would you be happy with those? I'm just going to bring you back up again. And if I write that down, that's not my pen. So we're going to have oil slick on here and invoice for the loose ones on lobster fittings. Okay, perfect. Bronnie, I hope you're happy with those. Just confirm for me if you're happy with those purples. And if so, that will be perfect. Thank you, Sophie. Love them. Okay, perfect. So that invoice will get sent through tomorrow for you, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. Thank you very much for the donations with your shells, and I do hope that Bronnie, you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, perfect. Up next this evening is Wendy Walker. Wendy, are you here? Wendy. Oh, trick or treat. Thank you. Shout at me. Bronnie, your trick or treat card. Okay, so you have this one here. So your trick or treat, Bronnie. And you also have a trick, which does mean that there's nothing on the back of that one. But I do hope you'll be happy with everything, my lovely. And again, I've popped that safe up there for you. Wendy, you're here and you've ordered as well. Okay, so what I'll do, if you just give me a moment, I'll print this order off so I can add them together. And then we'll do both your openings together, okay? Just bear with me a second. I've just come off of the comments, so I can't see the comments for a moment while I'm just printing these orders off. Also, if anybody has ordered, it can be open tonight if you would like it to be open tonight. I'll update the order list when we get to the end of the current order list. Okay, so I can do a verbal order list and a written one. Like I said, it doesn't normally get updated until we get to the end of the current one, which is posted on the page. Okay, so if I come back to the comments. Ah, Wendy, yep, that's you here. So let me just double check it's the same name and address, or I just need to print off this. Actually, no, if I just make a note. Okay, that's perfect. So Wendy then, you will do your sparkle dips first if that's okay. So you've got 3 sparkle dips with oyster openings. So we'll do your 3 sparkle dips, then we'll do your oyster openings to follow. So your sparkle dips, so move that out the way, I nearly knocked it over. Your sparkle dips, I'm going to dive in and mix them up to start with. And then I'm going to close my eyes, look away and dive in. So you can see I've grabbed a big pinch there. Oh, is that one? No, I think there's, there we go. That's one. Oh, this is one of the newer ones that we added in. Now it's the same design as what we've had previously. Let me just grab, sorry, I left my chain up here. It's the same design as we've had previously. However, this is a completely different size to this pendant, and I truly think it actually makes the pendant, I love the size of it. Let's go down so you can have a look and then you can see what I mean. So this is your first one. Now this is the shell, so the fossil Swarovski crystal pendant. So this is the fossil pendant. Now we normally have this in a smaller size. This is the larger size and it's in Bermuda blue. Now what do you think to this one, Wendy? If you're happy with this one, you can stick. If you're not happy, you can twist. So it's completely up to you what you would like to do. You can stick if you're happy, or you can twist. So this is the fossil pendant. Like I said, we've got this pendant in smaller sizes, but this is the larger size, and I think it just brings the pendant to a different light. Keep that one, perfect. So your first stick or twist, you are sticking with that one. So let's bring you back up for your second sparkle dip. So again, I'm just going to give them a mix, and then again I'm going to close my eyes, dive in. I've grabbed a big pinch. Now because this is your second sparkle dip, you get to stick or twist again with this one. That's one there. Oh. Okay, so your second one. Now this pendant is actually, well, I was going to say is on the website, but it's not. One similar to this is on the website. So let's go down and I'll explain. Now this is a jet black star. Now the star that's on the website has slightly more rounded points. This one is slightly more pointed points. I don't know how else to explain it. But this is a jet black crystal star. So it's the same on both sides. It's just the difference is the bail has a different pattern. So it's got more like the ripple pattern on that side, and it's got the stamp design on that side of the bail. So it can be worn either way. It just depends on which way round you prefer it. Now again, Wendy, if you're happy with this one, you can stick. Oh no, I've just seen you'd like to stick with that one as well. Perfect. So stuck with both of your sparkle dips there. So coming back up for your third sparkle dip. So again, I'm just going to give them a mix. And then again, I'm going to close my eyes, dive in. Oh, I felt loads go out the bag then. Okay, so again, this is a new sparkle dip. So you get to stick or twist with this one again here. Okay, so with this one, now this is a double-sided Swarovski crystal pendant. It's actually got a it's got a different bail to it. I may change the bail at the top if you're not happy with the bail. If you would like to stick with this pendant, I'm very happy to change the bail at the top. I'll show you why. So this is a crystal spike. Now it's a double-sided colour. So this is the Smoky Silver. So the Smoky Silver, again with the light changes, you can see the lighter and the darker areas here. Now it's double-sided because on the reverse side you've got that dark oil slick rainbow. So you can see the blues, greens, pinks, purples. So dark oil slick rainbow on this side, and then on the reverse side you've got that silver. Now why I said I'd changed bails, because it's actually got a snap bail at the top here, and because of the snap bail it doesn't sort of make that top bit reversible. So what I would actually do is I'd actually remove that bail, unless you're happy with it, just because that's actually technically the back of the bail like that. And then this is the front of the bail. So it just, if you'd like to stick with this spike, I'm quite happy to change this top bit here to a different bail, but that's up to you. Or of course, if you're not happy with the spike, we can twist, Wendy. So it's what you would like to do. Hello, Kia. I covered your desk up. Stick with that one. However, I think it looks best. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll bring you back up. I'm actually going to make a note to change the bail because it is a reversible pendant. Like I said, if it wasn't a reversible pendant, that bail would be fine. But I must have not realised. So I'm just going to write to... So it won't change the look of the pendant. It will just be so that top bit is reversible. Okay. Perfect, I've got that down for you. So you've got 3 oyster openings with your sparkle dip. What 3 oysters would you like, Wendy? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? He does make a good tea. And I really enjoy this mug because it's got like a lip bit. So my lip fits perfectly in like the groove. Mystery and keep your shells, Wendy. Now, are there certain colours that you're hoping for? And are you thinking pearls on or off of the jewellery? So, 1, 2, and 3. Let's get them open. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's go down. Mystery oyster number 1. And you have a light pop there. Not that I know of, Lauren, no. On the jewellery for sure. Okay, and we'll see what colours come out. That's fair enough. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to clean the shells after we've popped the pearls out. That's just a piece of dirt there. So let's have a squidge in here for you. And we have a darker pearl to start with. And there's no more in that one. Oh, I just popped that shell over there. Brought the shell back. So your first colour out is a chocolate with a splash of green to him. Can you see that green there? So he's base chocolate, but does have a splash of green. Move, and let me just clean the shells as we go, okay. Oh, one of the oysters is a clapper now. So what a clapper means is just means that the oyster has opened up, so I don't have to pop it. So let me just show you. So it just means that the oyster has opened up. Oh, we can even see a pearl in there. So let me just pop the knife in here. So I still have to get that top bit off. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. Now we saw a peeper, and he's a beautiful dark purple pearl there. Oh, and you're twinning. You are twinning with purple twins. Now that flesh is coming away beautifully. Now visually, you can definitely see that you've got one purple is larger and slightly different coloured to his twin. So the visually smaller twin is more like a grape purple. And then moving on to your last oyster. you have a light pop there. And there is your mother of pearl. And in here, oh, you have a larger chocolate bronze. Oh, you'd like to keep your shells. I'm sorry, I keep popping them to the side. There's no more in that one for you. So again, I'm just going to clean these up for you. So all together, Wendy, you've got a chocolate with the green overtone, twinning purples, one which is visually slightly larger and lighter than the other, and then you've got that darker, deeper chocolate bronze as well. So what do you think to these? Now, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. I will hold them up against the jewellery for you, and of course, if you're not happy, we can swap them for you. So purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, he is a 6. And purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. So they are measuring at different sizes there, okay. Your chocolate green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, oh, he's a runner. Not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your chocolate bronze is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. He's an 8.5. Now the spike spike pendant is here first. So what we'll do is we'll do this one first, if that's okay. So with the silver side, we'll hold up the green and chocolate first. And then on the reversed, more oil slick, darker side, again, this is the chocolate and green. I quite like that combination of those together, actually. Moving on to your chocolate bronze, so rainbow oil slick side with that chocolate bronze. And then on the reverse side with the silver. And then your purples, so this is the larger, slightly lighter purple. And on the reverse side with the oil slick rainbow. And then again your visually smaller and slightly darker purple, and that's on the rainbow side. And then again on the reverse side with the smoky silver. Do you want to do one pendant at a time, Wendy? Would that make it easier? So are you thinking of any of these colours on this one? Or would you like to swap? Or would you like to see them all next to the pendants first? I can do so. I just thought it might be easier doing it one by one. Smoke the 2-time, the black star, the bronze. Oh, you already know. And trade a purple for a white for the blue. Okay, so bear with me. The spike, you'd like to have the 2-tone. That's perfect. The star, the bronze. Now I will just hold the bronze up next to the star for you. I know you've made your decision, but I do like you guys just to be certain. And if it's here, why not? So this is your jet black star with that bronze. Oh, look at that. Perfect. And then you'd like to trade a purple for a bridal white. I've taken away the smaller purple there. However, if you prefer to keep the smaller purple, do let me know. So here is your bridal white to go on to the blue fossil. What I didn't show you actually with the blue fossil, now this one is not meant to be, like it's not advertised as double-sided, so that's the white. However, it's got this gorgeous silver back to him as well. You can see it's got like flashes to him, so he does have this reverse side, and the bail actually lets you have it on either side with this one as well, so you do have that as an option there. Wendy, I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. Okay, so let me bring you back up again. I've somehow managed to spill sand all over my desk. I don't know when that happened. It wasn't there when I started the live. Perfect, perfect. Okay, so I'm just wrapping these shells up because I wouldn't be able to fit anything else in there if you wanted to keep your next set. And pop your name on your shells for you. And if I put all of these on here. So I'm glad you're happy with those. You also have a tantalising treat, my lovely. So with your tantalising treat, if we go to the pumpkin faces, and I just need to top up that other one again. So which face would you like? You've got Casper, 1, 2 or 3. Toothy, 1, 2 or 3. Dracula, 1, 2 or 3. Gnasher, 1, 2 or 3. Or Evil Knievel, 1, 2 or 3. Yep, she will get her trick or treat. She still has her tantalising treat as well. And then we'll do the trick or treat at the very end there. So which face would you like, Wendy? Sorry, I'm just sipping my tea. Do you know which one you would like, my lovely? So I have just topped up Casper again. Oh, Evil Knievel number 3. Oh, he doesn't have a number 3. Which face is he? Are you happy? So this one would be number 3. Apparently, I don't know if... He doesn't have a number 3. I'm ever so sorry. I must have not topped him up. So here is his number 3. Let me just grab a number 3 now. Okay, so now for next time, he has a number 3. So you have this one here. So your Evil Knievel, look at his face. So in here, you have, ooh, 1 oyster, 2, and 3. So you've got some different shells there. Now, what would you like to do with these? Would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells? And also, are there certain colours you're hoping for? 1, 2, and 3. So, let's go down. Keep the shells again, that's not a problem. We'll start with, obviously I don't know what these oysters are, so this could be a mystery or a Halloween oyster. We have a light pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can actually see a little bit of a peeper. I don't know if you can see that there. Not picky on the colour. Look at that. You have a beautiful lighter gold. And there's no more in that one. So you have a lighter gold to start with. Let me dry him up so you can have a closer look. Look at that gold. He is beautiful. Oh, just got... There we go. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a darker pearl. And there's no more in that one. So again, I'm just going to clean the shells up. So with your darker pearl, he looks like he's got a dark purple to him. He is. He's a dark purple. Look at him there. Beautiful deep purple. The hairy shells. Oh, sorry. Let me just focus that again. And then moving on to your last oyster from your tantalizing treats. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and in here you have a sea green pearl. So again, I'm just going to take the flesh off here and then we'll have a closer look at that pearl as well. Makes them ickier. Oh, Sophie. Can you touch like sponges, Sophie? Okay, so here is your sea green. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to hit the camera there. So if I pop them all in the sand and we'll get those focused, look at those. They look like almost Christmassy in a way. I know it's Halloween, I know. But you've got gold, purple and green there, Wendy. I hope you're happy with those. Invoice for the sea green on a hoop fitting, of course I can. Your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your purple's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your sea green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, whoop, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Just wrapping up your shells for you. And you'd like to, for the sea green, what did we say, on a hoop. Perfect, I've got that down for you. Sponge cake. I mean, don't we all? Emailed Kia with it today. Oh, I think Kia mentioned that actually. Let me have a quick look for you, Wendy. If so, if I've got them here, then yeah, we can do them. Let me have a quick search. Yep, it's marked on here. That's not a problem. So you've got 5 openings altogether. What 5 oysters would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? So you guys will know if it's Kia or me who have emailed you, just because it will say Kia at the bottom or me. Kitchen towel, we normally do about a roll every 3 lives, which normally is around one a week. Depends if we do any extra lives that week, but normally it's around 1 a week. Variety, keep the shells. Okay, so we're going to go mystery, Halloween, expand the rainbow, oh, reach, new rainbow, and if I can reach them, a normal. I'm going to need a bigger box. I was just thinking I'm going to need to package this in a different box or multiple boxes and pop them together. Oh. Okay, so it's going to be, the order we're going to open them in is mystery, Christmas, expand, new, normal. Keep in your shells. Again, are there certain colours you're hoping for? Okay, so let's go down. So mystery oyster. You have a light pop there. There is your mother of pearl. And straight away, I can see in between a candy and a blush pink there. There's no more in that one. So I'm going to say it's more towards a candy floss pink, but it does have that sort of blush tone to him. Moving on to your Halloween oyster. You have a light pop there. There's your mother of pearl. And in here, you are twinning. Look at those, twinning with Cadbury purple twins there. And there's no more in that one. But again, that flesh came away beautifully. Okay, so twinning Cadbury purple twins. I'm just going to pop these straight in the sand so you can see. Then we're going to be doing the Expand the Rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a coral. And there's no more in that one. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to open these three and then I'm going to clean your shells up at the end, all three of them. So I'm just going to pop the shells next to me. So they're not gone away, they're just next to me. So there is your coral, your new rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a dark silver and there's no more in that one. And then moving on to your normal oyster, which is your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. Oh, and in here you have a lighter rose gold. Okay, so if I pop them all in the sand for you, and then if I bring them up so you can have a closer look. Oh, let me just get that to focus there. What do you think to these, my lovely? Now you've got that candy pink, twinning Cadbury purples, a coral, a dark silver and a rose gold. Now if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you're not happy, I can swap them for you. Now I'm going to measure them in just a moment. Let me just clean these shells, then I can measure them on a clean surface, if that's okay with you. Stud earrings for the twins, of course I can. I can make a note for that, and it will all be sent on the same invoice with the hoop fitting for the green as well. And again, it will get sent through tomorrow for you to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, so let's move that out the way, and then let's bring these back so I can measure them for you. No swaps, you're happy with them all. Perfect. Okay, so your pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So your twins are the same size there. Your coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Dark silver is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your rose gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, He is a 6.5. Thank you guys, you're all being so kind today. Thank you. And yeah, I always say, obviously with the games and stuff like that, we don't normally have swaps with those. But if you're buying like certain jewellery and stuff like that, of course we're going to allow swaps. I'd rather you spend your money and have the colour and the jewellery you want, opposed to having something and you get a colour out that you're not 100% happy with, and then when it arrives you're not happy. I'd rather you guys be happy. So yeah, that's why we allow colour swaps. It's not a problem. Okay, so let me just write this down for you, Wendy, and then we'll do your trick or treat card. So studs with the purple. So like I said, that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. So your trick or treat, let's have to look where my hand's going. I'll give them a mix. I don't want to knock her. Okay, so you have a trick or treat card, and in here you have a treat. Wendy, you have an extra oyster opening. So we'll do that extra oyster opening now if you're happy to do so. If so, what type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate those shells? So the trick or treat cards, I keep moving my top, so if you keep hearing banging, it's because the microphone's there. This top sort of falls forward, so I'm pulling it back. So yeah, if you hear like thud, I don't know if it is thudding, but yeah. Thank you, Carol. Mystery and donate, that's this bag here. Okay, so yeah, the trick or treat cards, the treats are either an extra oyster opening, as we're doing now, or 10% off the website for a future order, 15% off, or 20% off. So let's go down. Your mystery oyster. Keep the shells. Not a problem. Light pop there. Okay, so I can see a little bit of a peeper in here. Can you see that there? You have a darker TARDIS blue. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so if I dry these up for you, you have a dark TARDIS blue. Wendy, what do you think to this colour? Hoop fitting on this blue, of course. Let me run him through the board. Not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He is a 7.5. Okay, so I'm just going to wrap these shells up for you as well. So you've got 4 parcels of shells here. Just pop your name on here as well. And then you'd like a hoop fitting on that blue. So again, that will all be on the same invoice being sent through for you tomorrow. Is the TARDIS blue on hoop. Okay, perfect. I've got everything down for you there. Let me just run through. Yep, perfect. So, Wendy, I hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Let me put that up there for you. And your shells as well. Okay, so Like I say, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, my lovely. Donna, I saw that you're at work and you won't be on till later. That's not a problem. I haven't called you yet. Just let me know when you're back. But and if you have missed your turn, we can add you back in again. Or if you haven't come up yet, then that's absolutely fine. Okay, perfect. So, you get a trick or treat card with every person's order. Yes. Up next is Cara Sean. Cara, are you here? Cara Sean, are you here? Hey Linda from Michigan. Hello. So I'm looking for Cara Sean. Cara, if you're here, possibly type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward so I can see you. No, never mind. I can see you there. So you have a tantalizing treat. So you'd like Dracula #1. So you're already on it. So Dracula #1, let me bring you back. Dracula #1 is this one here. So these names up here, I don't know if you can see these, but they're backwards for me because I printed them in mirror so you guys could see. But because they're so far away, can you actually see those? Dracula #1 is this one here. Okay, so if we get him open. Hello Shannon, you have 1 oyster. Donate the shells, Cara, thank you. 2 oysters and 3 oysters in there. So let me get these open. You'd like to donate your shells. Cara, are there certain colours you're hoping for? 1, 2 and 3. Let's go down. We'll start with it's either a mystery or a Halloween, this one. You have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see a darker peeper in there. Oh, that one's squelched. Let alone squidged, it's squelched. And there's no more in that one. So your first oyster has given you, now it looks like he's a dark, deep chocolate pearl there. He is. He's a dark, deep chocolate. Excited to see. So that's your first pearl. Your second oyster from your tantalizing treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning. Now they look, oh, sorry. I turned the, I clicked off then. So they look like that almost candy floss, have got a slight pinkle tone to them. So a pinkle is a mix between pink and purple. They're definitely a base pink. However, like I say, you can see it's got that slight sort of pinkle tone to them there. And then moving on to your last oyster from your tantalizing treat. There's one side and the other side. Oh wow, and in here you have got a huge bright hot pink, and there's no more in that one. So Cara, let me dry this up for you. Oh bless you, Sophie. And look at the size of him. A huge bright hot pink there. If I pop them all in the sand, you can see them next to each other. You can see the size of that pink compared to the others. So you've got a deep chocolate, twinning pinky pinkles, and a bright hot pink. Cara, I hope you're happy with those. Your chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your hot pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's not an 8.5. Cara, you have a 9. You are in the 9 club, my lovely. Whoop whoop. So because you're in the 9 club, you get to have one of our 9 club badges as well. Now I know it's backwards for you, but it will be the right way round once you get it at home. So 9 club, you get a 9 club badge with that pink. Whoop whoop. Let me bring you back up here. I hope you're happy with those, my lovely. So guys, for those of you who don't know, a 9 is the largest pearl that we've had so far, and 9s don't come out very often, which is why there is a 9 club and a 9 club badge. So I'm just attaching that badge. It's quite a nice size badge as well, if you can see it next to my hand. Like it's quite a nice nice size. I like badges and stuff like that. So Cara, I hope you're happy with those. Let me pop them on here for you. Invoice for studs on the twins and hoop on the 9. Whoop whoop. You're very welcome. Let me write that down for you. So invoice for studs with, I'm going to put pink twins. I know they're like that pinky pinkle. And you'd like a hoop fitting hoop with hot pink 9. Okay, perfect. I've got that down for you. Thank you very, very much, Cara, for the donations of your shells. I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Okay, up next this evening is Emma Fable. Emma, are you here? Oh, trick or treat. Sorry, Emma. Cara, I'm ever so sorry. I will, by the end of the live, I'll be on it. Okay, so I'm just giving them... Okay, so you have this one here. So your trick or treat card, sorry, because they're laminated, you can sort of see with the reflections. And you have a treat, Cara. You have 15% off, which means tomorrow you'll get an email from us with a 15% off code, which you'll be able to spend on the website on if you'd like to order again in the future. You can spend it straight away, but also it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it if you would like to. So I hope you're happy with that. And that's safe up there for you. Yep, we've got a large range of cage pendants on the website at the moment, and we've got the Halloween cage pendant section or Halloween section, but there's Halloween cage pendants in there as well. And Emma, sorry, my lip I can feel cracking. Emma, can you have Toothy number 2? You guys are ready. I haven't even topped up. Let's top up Dracula number 1 first, otherwise I'm going to get behind with these topping up. So I've got all the bags ready stuffed. Toothy number 2 donates the shells. So Toothy number 2 is this one here. I'll show you good old Toothy. Yeah, Donna, if I haven't added them on when I call your name, just let me know and I'll add them together. So Toothy has 1, 2 and 3. You also have a different oyster, so there's 3 oysters in here as well. Again, let me get these open for you. Emma, is there a certain colour you're hoping for and you'd like to donate your shells? Thank you very much. I've got the photo back again now. I'll show you quickly. So donated shells, They go to my mum's nursery. So that's what the donated, that's one thing that the donated oysters are the donated shells are put to use for. I can't speak today, so that's just one example there. Okay, so Emma, let's go down. We'll start with your mystery / Halloween oyster. Lighter double pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see a dark peeper. And you are twinning with your first oyster there. There's no more in that one. So your first oyster, oh, and they both just rolled back in the gump there. Now these are dark. Okay, I need to show you these. So one of them, this one here, let's try get this to focus. This one here is a dark deep purple. Hopefully you can see that there. And then you have a purple and green and silver pearl. So it's purple, green and silver as you go around there. So twins, one is purple, silver and green. Moving on to oyster number 2 from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have another dark coloured pearl there. And there's no more in that one. So if we have a closer look at this colour as well for you, Emma. And he is a dark, again, he's a purple and silver pearl. So you can see that he's got purple and silver tones as you go around there. And then moving on to your last oyster. Oh, bless you guys. Well, I'm glad I can help put you all to sleep. No, honestly though, I am glad I can help in any way. Emma, your last oyster, and sticking with the purple theme, however with this one you've got a beautiful lighter lilac purple. Let me dry this up for you as well. And I'm going to pop him straight in the sand so you can have a closer look. So dark purple twins, one is purple, silver and almost like a green, then a dark silver and purple, and then you have a lighter lilac purple as well. Emma, I hope you're happy with all of those colours. If I pop them on the board for you, the more purple twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your 3-tonal purple twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So they're the same size there. Your purple and silver single pearl is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your lilac purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he is a 7.5. Emma, I hope you're happy with all of those. Let me pop them in here for you. And, oh, staples. Nope, apparently I didn't want that one. It went flying across the way. I've got to remember not to stand on that, actually. Deary me. Emma, I hope you're happy with those. Oh, can you have the 3-tonal twin on a hoop fitting? Of course you can. Okay, I've got that down for you. Your invoice will get sent through tomorrow and that will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, so your trick or treat, again, I'm just going to give them a very careful mix and then, oh, it's hard to just get one. Your, this way around, trick or treat cards, Emma. And with your card, you actually have a trick, my lovely. So there's nothing on that one, but I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Jodie, bless you. Thank you for the stars there. Okay, so we're actually going to do an updated order list now, because up next was Donna, but Donna obviously said she's going back to work, so we'll add her in again later. So let me just double check the website, and if there's, oh, there is. Let me print these off as well, and then what I'll do is I'll do a verbal and a written order list, so just bear with me a second. So if you have ordered, you can see whereabouts you are on the order list, okay? Again, I've come away from the comments for a moment, just while I'm printing this off and typing this out as well. Okay. So again, I'm just away from the comments just while I type this out, so then we can do the updated order list for you. Now, I haven't looked at the additional comments as in the checkout form, so if there is a checkout form sort of needed for the order, do shout at me. So up next is going to be Stella Marie Taylor, and then Sandra Waite. Like I say, we'll do a written list as well. And then it's Caitlyn Sneddon, Judith Brooks, Sharon Lamb, Amy Pearson, Dee Dee Blackhurst, Lisa Gilby, Kylie Grace, oh, Donna, I'll add Donna to Donna, Lisa Massey, and oh, Stella Marie Taylor. I've got both your orders here adding together. Okay, so if I just pop that order list on the page, then you guys can sort of see whereabouts you are. So this is going to be posted on the Pearls of Brecon page where we're live from now. It'll be on the order list post that we posted before. I've just left a couple of spaces and then I've posted that order list there. Okay, so it starts with Stella Marie Taylor, and I'll also post it in the comments as well. And I'm actually back to the comments now, so I did miss the comments then for a moment. Okay, so Stella, are you here? Still love my tea. Yeah, I've texted Darren asking him for another tea. Oh, is Brenda? Brenda, are you here as well? If so, I can add you on to the end of the list. I didn't see if you are here. So Brenda, if you are here, let me know and I can add you on. So I'm just making room so I can turn this fan on. It's getting a little bit warm in here. So, Stella Marie Taylor, are you here? Stella, hello. Stella, we'll do your sparkle dips first, if that's okay. So you've got 2 sparkle dips here, and no oyster openings with them, so it's going to be the pendants as they are. So we're just going to give them a mix. And then I'm going to dive in and grab a a good size pinch. Yep, if you have ordered and I didn't call your name out, well, you can still add you on for tonight. That's not a problem. Just I'll do another updated order list when we get nearer to the end of this one that's just been posted. So Stella, oh, I can still feel, there we go, that's one. Oh, okay, so your first sparkle dip, my lovely. Now, we actually saw this one earlier, but we saw this one in a different size. It is the Fossil Crystal Pendant here. So this is a different colour and it's the different size. So if you're here at the start and saw the pendant, you can then see the difference between the two. Now, I'm just going to get this to focus on here. Look at this. This is the dark smoky silver. So it's quite a beautiful, nice, darker midnight silver tone. And like I say, this is the fossil pendant. So you can see it's got that fossil design. On the reverse side is almost like a shiny, more reflective silver. So you can wear it that way round as well. But this is on the reverse side. What do you think to this? Now, if you're happy with this one, Stella, you can stick. And if you would like to risk it, you can twist it, my lovely. Rhombus, queen, baguette or triangle. Okay. So you're hoping for a rhombus, a queen, a baguette or a triangle. It does allow you to rewind. It does. Unless I turn it, I can turn it off before the live. Sometimes I do so. It just depends on what sort of live it is. What do you think to this one, Stella? If you're happy with this one, you can stick. Like I say, if you're not happy, you can twist. Don't click on that link, guys. Twist with that one. Okay, so this one's going to stay out of the bag until after your twist, and then it does get added back in again. Okay, so if we bring you back up here, I'll grab the sparkle dip bag and give them a mix around, and then let's dive in. And again, quite a nice sized pinch. I think, okay, so you have this one, and this is, again, this is the largest size in this one that we do, and this is the Jagged Spike Pendant. Okay, so Jagged Spike Crystal. Now this colour is amazing in my opinion. This is the Volcanic Jagged Spike Crystal. Now, like I said, it's quite a large pendant. If I just hold this up against me here, you can sort of see that it's the size of it. But let me bring you back down just so you can have a closer look at it. So you can see that red, pinks, purples, slight bits of orange, and a little bit of like that darker purpley blue to him. Absolutely gorgeous. On the reverse side is like a mirrored silver, so you could wear it that side, but that is actually technically the back, but it's a very nice reverse side if you wanted to wear it that way. But this is the front of the pendant there. He's lovely. Stella, I hope you're happy with that one. If I bring you back up there. So that's your first sparkle dip. So then we're going to be diving in for your second sparkle dip. So with this one again, you get to stick or twist. So again, we're just going to give them a mix. And then I'm going to dive in, grab a, oh no I'm not, big pinch. Oh no, I can hear them going, oh. Okay, so this time we've got one that's sort of, is that one? That is one. Okay. So that one actually stayed here. I didn't actually pinch this one at all. It sort of stayed in this section of my hand here. So this one is the Textured Raindrop. I call this one a different name each time it comes out. It's not on the website yet, so it doesn't have an official name from us. So let's go down. the Textured Raindrop, and this is in the light vitriol colour, which means it's got that beautiful purples and greens to it. So it does have this overall raindrop shape, but you do have these textured edges. It's on a long drop bail, and like I say, it's got purple and greens to it. What do you think to this one, Stella? Now, if you're happy with this one, you can stick. And if you're not happy, you can risk it and twist it, my lovely. So I just keep them moving just to hopefully get you to see all the sort of angles and sparkles and the colours, obviously, that it can do. We do have 2 different cameras with the shots, yes. We did have 3 cameras a little while ago with one of the the game events that we did. But no, we've only got the 2 at the moment. What do you think to that one, Stella? Would you like to stick or would you like to twist? Stick with that one. Perfect. He is yours. Let me bring you back up here. So I hope you're happy with both of those. Quite unusual pendants, both of them, sort of each their own, but they are, in my opinion, they are beautiful. So I do hope you're happy with them. Let me pop them on here for you. And then you also have a tantalising treat. I need to top up Toothy here. So let's move you to the pumpkin faces. What face would you like? So you've got Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, or Evil Knievel. Now, you also need to pick number 1, 2, or 3. So number 1 is the top one, number 2 is the middle one, and number 3 is the bottom one. No, your favourite one, Kia, is still in the bag. It hasn't come out yet. Kia's favourite is the large rhombus growing crystal, with which is the blue and purple one. Yeah, so it's definitely, it hasn't come out the bag yet. But Stella, 13. Wow, and 2 new styles. So you're on your 13th sparkle dip, and that's 2 new styles you haven't had before. That's crazy, Stella. You're very welcome, and I'm glad you're happy with them. But now, which face for your tantalising treat would you like? So Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, or Evil Knievel? Gnasher number 3. Let's bring you back. So Gnasher is this one, and number 3 is down here. So Gnasher number 3. Let's get him open. So in here you have 1 and 2, and 3 oysters in Gnasher number 3. Now, would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Just getting these open for you. And let's go down. So, oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And you're twinning with Candy Floss Pink Twins there. I'm just going to pop the shells next to me, just until I can see if you'd like to keep or if you'd like to donate them. Children at school are always asked which day, which one you're wearing. Oh, Stella, I love that. And with you having so many, you can actually wear a different one each day of the week, which is really quite cool. Thank you, Bab. So twinning Candy Floss Pink twins here, and you're donating the shells. Perfect, thank you. And you don't mind the colours. Okay, so we'll carry on and see what else comes out. So Oyster number 2 from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a bright deep coral, almost like an orange tone to him, but he is a bright deeper coral. Let me hold him up so you can have a closer look. Look at him, he's lovely. And then moving on to your last oyster, again from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side, and wow, is that blue. You have got a deep TARDIS blue, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so I'm just going to pop them all in the sand so you can have a closer look, Stella. What do you think to all of these? I hope you're happy with them. Twinning Candy Floss Pinks, a bright deep coral, and then that gorgeous dark deep TARDIS blue. If I pop them on the board for you, pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Pink number 2 is not a 3. Is not a 3. Well, we don't even have 3 on the board. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7, so they're the same size there. Your bright deep coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7, and then that deep TARDIS blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. Stella, I hope you're happy with all of those. Let me bring you back up. So I've just realised something's not been plugged in. It should have been. There we go. Oops. So let me pop your pearls in here for you. Lush blue, thank you. Oh no, you're very welcome. I'm glad you're happy with them, my lovely. Okay, so let me pop these on here for you. Bab, would you like to pull out Stella's trick or treat card for me?
Sure.
So basically, don't look and dive. Come on camera. Don't look and dive in the skull head without knocking her over. So Aaron's doing your trick or treat. Don't know. Did you just show that?
I have no idea.
You're amazing. Thank you, Bab. Your trick or treat, and thank you for the tea. Your trick or treat is a treat. You have 10% off your next order. So if you would like to order again in the future, Stella, you're going to have this 10% off code to use. It'll get emailed across to you tomorrow, and it'll go to the email address that's on the order form. You'll be able to use it straight away, or you can hold on to it if you would like to as well. I do hope you're happy with everything there, my lovely. Thank you for the donations of your shells, and that's safe up there for you. No, I mean, the witch can move if she's turned on, but she's not turned on. She sort of moves her head and says something. She is a little bit spooky. Yeah, don't look at her too long. She's a little bit spooky. Yeah. Ooh. Right, up next and this evening is Sandra. Wait, Sandra, are you here? Did she just move? Oh, don't, Hannah. I'll start freaking myself. I'm such a wimp. You'll be back for more sparkle tips. Oh, bless you, Stella. I'll tell him you said thank you. It's just he came in at the perfect time. I thought he might need to dive in. Sandy, perfect. Thank you for confirming that for me. You have 2 tantalising treats. So let's bring up the pumpkin faces, and I'm just going to top up Nasha is this one. So you've got 2 picks altogether. You've got Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Nasha, or Evil Knievel. Which 2 picks would you like? And also I'll need numbers 1, 2 or 3. I'll try to remember Sylvia, yeah, because I can then go round and turn her on. And it doesn't matter if she falls off then anyway. Oh, Casper 3 and Evil Knievel number 3. So Casper 3 is this one here. That's Casper 3. And Evil Knievel 3 is this one here. We'll open up Casper first. So we'll leave Evil Knievel in his bag. We'll open up Casper. So would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours you're hoping for? So 1, 2 and 3 from Casper. So let's get these open. Actually, we're going to pull out Evil Knievel's oysters, but I will pop them separate so we know which ones came out of which bag. Okay. So Evil Knievel is this one. And he has 1, Butterfingers, 1, 2 and 3. And there's no more in that one. Donate the shells, Sandy, and you love all colours. Okay, so we'll open up Casper's oysters first, and then we'll do Evil Knievel. So they're both down here, but I've split them up because in that way we just get to open them all together. So let's go down. Casper first. We'll open up this one. So with Casper, we have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And straight away towards this side of the oyster, I can see a beautiful deep dark pearl there. Look at that. Let me pop him out. Oh, the flesh is going everywhere with this one. Okay, so there's no more in that one. So your first pearl, he's a two-tonal. He's a midnight blue, but he's also got this like purpley red to him. Can you see that? So midnight blue with this purpley red to him. It's oysters in the bag, yes. So you get a collection of oysters and it's got all the oysters in there, including 4 pearl oysters. So it's just sort of a mix and match of what you're going to get. Your second oyster from Casper Sandy, and straight away we can see a icy blue in here. There's no more in that one. So here is your larger icy blue. And then moving on to the last oyster from Casper. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a second icy blue, possibly slightly brighter than the first one out. Let me just dry them up. I'm going to pop them all in the sand. And then these are your pearls from Casper. Moving on to it was Evil Knievel, I had to double check. So Evil Knievel oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a darker pearl, and there's no more in that one. So let me have a close look to him. And he's a darker gunmetal grey there. Almost looks like he's got a slight chocolate to him, but I definitely think his base gunmetal grey. Your next oyster from Evil Knievel. There's one side, oh, crunchy one, and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And there's no more in that one. And you're twinning again, darker twins here. Okay, so you're twinning with purpley, green and silver twins. They're like a three-tonal purple, green and silver. Now we're just going to open this last oyster, then I'm going to pop them on the board to show you those colours, and hopefully you'll see that three-tonal colouring comes through. So this is the last oyster from Evil Knievel. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you're ending on a darker pulse. It's a darker opening with these ones for you, Sandy, actually. But let's have a double check to see what colour this is as well. Oh. Oh, he's a bluey, it's like a, what's that? Steel blue, that's the one. He's like a blue silver. He's like I say, we call him that steel blue. So if I pop them all in the sand, we're going to go through the colours for you. So, so you can then have a look. So you've got this midnight blue and purple. Then you've got twinning icy blues. That darker gunmetal grey. And then you've got that steel blue at the bottom there. Now your twins, like I say, I'm just going to pop them on the board so you can see these colours. You can see silver, mottled effect, almost like greens and blues on there as well. Beautiful twins there. Hopefully you can see that. Oh, love them. Okay, what do you think to all of those, Sandy? I hope you're happy. If I pop them on the board, the steel blue is not a 5, not a 5.5. He is a 6. The gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. The darker midnight blue purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The icy blue number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Icy blue number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8 as well. So the blues are the same size there. And then twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. So they are measuring slightly different sizes there. Aria, bless you, thank you for the stars. Sandy, I hope you're happy with all of those, my lovely. Let me bring you back up here. Twins on studs and lobster clock fittings on the others? Of course you can. I'm actually going to pop the twins in this bag just because you've got a few darker ones. I don't think I would get them mixed up. No, I wouldn't, but they're separate bags anyway. So I'll write that down for you. So invoice for the loose pearls on lobster fittings, and invoice for the, I'm going to put 3-tone twins on these studs. So that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form. No, you're very, very welcome. Let's dive in for your trick or treats. Okay, so your trick or treats, my lovely. You have a treat. You have 15% off your next order on the website. So if you would like to order again in the future, you'll have this 15% off code. Now that will get sent to your email address and that will get sent across tomorrow for you. And again, you can use it straight away, but it doesn't have an expiry, so you can hold on to it if you wanted to. Thank you, Sandy, for the donations with your shells, and I do hope that you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And I've popped that safe up there for you. Okay. Up next then is Caitlyn Sneddon. Caitlyn, are you here? Caitlyn Sneddon. Caitlyn, hello. Can you have your loyalty cards to your order emailed about them? Let me have a little look. When did you email, my lovely? I can't see them. Let me search your full email address instead of just that. Bear with me. When did you send it across? Emailed tonight. Okay, so they should be. I don't have them. If you've emailed tonight, it'll be in my inbox. Let me go through the inbox instead of searching your name. I've searched the email address that's on this order form. Is that the email address that you've sent it from? Oh, is that, I just saw your name, is that? Sorry, I'm just looking. No, that's not an email from you. Like I say, is it from? Yeah, that's the one I'm searching. Okay, so it's not come through yet. What we'll do is, can you quickly just go and sort of resend it? What email address did you send it to? If you send it to either pearlswithbrecken@gmail.com or info@pearlswithbrecken.com, and then we can add that on tonight. What we'll do is, if you can just, like I say, quickly send that over, because I don't have it and I have searched your name, so I'm going to search your name one more time quickly, or search the email address one more time. Do you want me to type my email in the comments so you can copy and paste it? Would that be easier? You've sent it again. Okay, so nothing's coming through yet. Right, so it's either info@pearlswithbrecken.com or pearlswithbrecken@gmail.com. You would also email. Brenda, yeah, of course I can, my lovely. If you've emailed, because it's on Tuesday, yeah, if you've emailed me about it, then that's absolutely fine. We can book you in for Sunday. You'll get an email to confirm that as well, okay? Okay, so Caitlyn, haven't got any emails coming up for the last half an hour. I haven't had any new emails come in. Let me refresh this. So shall we do you've got a pearly dip, and then we'll just give that a minute to come through, if that makes sense. So if you've sent it again, it should hopefully come through. And I've just sent you those email addresses there that you can send it to one or the other, and then hopefully we can see. So I'm going to grab your pearly dip though, Caitlyn. If that's okay. So again, the pearly dips has got lots of envelopes in, and this is all ready-made jewellery. You've got silver and gold envelopes. They don't mean anything on the inside. It's just different colour envelopes. Okay, so I'm just going to dive in. We're going to pull one out. Caitlyn, so you actually have a gold... Oh, don't move her. We need a name. We need a name for her. Oh, Caitlyn, I think I've just had an email come in. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect, my lovely. They've just come through. Are you on it, Bab? Thank you. Okay, so your pearly dip just opens up the envelope. And in here... Oh, you have some earrings. Now, how am I going to show you these earrings? I don't have an earring card. I don't have the earring card. No, not, don't be sorry at all. So you've actually got a pair of 925 silver stud back earrings. Now I've had to pop them on this here. So let's bring you down. Now please ignore the chain. Now these have got a deep TARDIS blue pearl on them, and it's almost like a snowflake. So I'm just going to show you the one earrings just so you can see. So they are 925 silver. They are stud back earrings, and they've got that deep TARDIS blue pearl in them. Now you can see that they've got zircon crystals around the outside as well, giving that beautiful snowflake effect to them. I hope you're happy with those, Caitlyn. They are lovely. Look at those. Ooh, I hope you're happy with those. If I pop these in here. And then you also have 2 oyster openings as well. So what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Oh, where are we going? They are lovely earrings. I don't know if we've even got that style on the website at the moment. Oh, love them. It's a good tea. Thank you, Bab. Oh gosh, Jasmine, I hope you're okay. I like that, Donna. Call her Pearl. Oh, she's creepy. Mystery and donate. Caitlyn, are there certain colours that you're happy for? Hoping for? What's the witch called on the Sword and the Stone? The witch that turns into the dragon, and then Merlin gives her the flu, and then she's there with her mate. No, marvellous Madam Mim. Madam Mim, we can call her Madam Mim. What do you think to Madam Mim? So let's go down, Caitlyn, for your 2 mystery oysters, donating your shells. Are there certain colours you're hoping for? So, seeing what comes out. You have a light pop there. Double pop again. Okay, so in your first oyster, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see straight away you are quadding. You are quadding with your mystery oyster there, which means, of course, you've got your 4 pearls in the one oyster there. And there's no more in that one. So if I dry these up for you. So you've got an apple green, a brighter pink, a candy floss pink, and a coral. And then moving on to mystery oyster number 2, you have a lighter pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see in here that you're twinning. 1 and 2, twinning with darker pins there. And the dark, did I say darker pins? Why did I say darker pins? Darker pearls. It's a darker pearl night tonight. Now you are, oh my gosh. So twinning darker twins there. Oh, oh no, Madam Mim. Oh, I've knocked her over. Oh. Sit back up. Oh. 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 Okay, sorry. So you've got a dark chocolate and a purple with your twins there. So 2 oysters, 6 pearls, Cara. Sorry about that. So all together, I'll go through them again. You've got that apple green. You've got that bright pink, candy floss pink, coral. Then you've got that chocolate bronze and that then a purple as well. So if I pop them on the board, the coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. The lighter pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Brighter pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your apple green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your dark purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your chocolate bronze is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7 as well. Now, if you're happy with these, Caitlyn, that's perfect. If you're not happy, I can swap them for you. So it's going to be completely up to you what you would like to do. What do you think? She objected to her name. Well, that's it now, she's named. Madam Mim. Because when I was younger, I really, if I ever had a boy, like when I was in high school, I wanted to call him Archimedes after the owl in Sword of the Stone. It never happened. My son is not called Archimedes, but yeah. I love Sword in the Stone. Can we swap the apple green for a bright red? Oh, let me do this as I read it. So if we just pin your comment there. So swap the apple green for a bright red. Now the brightest reds that we've got at the moment, we don't have a large range of reds in. So the brightest that we'd have is probably that one there. The light pink for a sea green. So the ones that are going to the bottom are the ones we're swapping out. So I'm adding in these ones to the top here. And the other pink for a black. And the darker chocolate bronze for a lighter chocolate bronze. Okay, so if you can have a look at all of these here for me. So I've added in that green, red and chocolate bronze and black, and then the 4 at the bottom I've taken away. Can you just confirm if you're happy with those there for me, Caitlyn? Just going to bring you back up. You can see Madam Mim has changed position now. She's sort of looking down a little bit more. Those are perfect. Perfect, Caitlyn. Okay, well, I hope you're happy with all of those. And thank you as well for the donations with your shells there. Let me just pop these on here, then we'll do your trick or treat. Okay, so your trick or treat. I'm scared I'm going to knock her again. You have this one here. So your trick or treat. And you have a trick, my lovely. That does mean that there is nothing on that card there. But I do hope, like I say, you're happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Okay, up next in this evening is Judith Brooks. Judith, are you here? Sorry, we're just topping up these bags as we go. Judith Brooks, are you here? There we go. Judith, hello. You have a tantalising treat and you already know what you would like there. So you would like Casper, which is this one here. Casper number 2. Perfect. You'd like to donate your shells and hopefully you would prefer not to have a brown. Okay, fingers crossed. Why can't I get this off of here? There we go. So Casper number 2, fingers crossed, no browns. Okay, so you have 1, 2 and 3 and there's no more in that one. So let me get them open for you. Aaron's on it, I believe. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so let's go down, my lovely. Good luck, Judith. So oyster number 1. There's one side. Thank you, Kia. And the other side. And in here you do have a darker chocolate there, Judith. Oh, bless you. Fingers crossed for no more browns. He's quite a nice deep rich chocolate colour. Let me dry him off, and if I hold him up so you can have a closer look. Oh, so he's that dark deep rich colour there. And then moving on to your oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here we can see straight away you have a brighter pink pearl there. There's no more in that one. And if I dry him up for you and hold him up so you can have a closer look, here is your brighter pink. Shibbity, shibbity, shoo. Are you listening about Madam Mimbab? Oh, I do love him. Oh, right, moving on to your last oyster, Judith. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning, and you're twinning with coral twins there, and there's no more in that one. Okay, so Judith, what do you think to all of these? I hope you're happy with them. So you do have that dark deep chocolate, you've got that beautiful brighter pink, and then you're twinning with coral twins as well. If I pop them on the board for you, the darker deeper chocolate is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. The pink is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And then coral number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And coral number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. So the corals are slightly different sizes there. What do you think to those? Oh, can you have them all on hoop fittings? Of course you can. Let me bring you back up here. So that invoice will get sent through for you tomorrow, and it will go to the email address that's on the order form, Judith. Okay. If I pop these in here, and if I write that down for you. Okay, perfect. You also get a trick or treat as well. So let me grab one of these. Oh, this way round. Okay, so your trick or treat, Judith, and you have a treat. You have 10% off your next order on the website. So what will happen is tomorrow you'll get an email from us with a 10% off code. You'll be able to spend that straight away, but again, it doesn't have an expiry on it, so you can hold on to it if you would like to. I hope you're happy with that as well. Thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells, and I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, and I've popped that straight up there for you. Okay, up next this evening is Sharon Lamb. Sharon, are you here? Good night, Kia. Thank you for your help today. Judith, you're very, very welcome. Thank you, Michaela. Sharon, hello. You have a tantalising treat. You all know your faces. You all know which one you'd like already. Dracula, which is the middle one. What number did we say? Number 3. So Dracula number 3. I'll top both of those up in just a moment. So Dracula number 3. Let's get these open. So 1, 2, and 3. There's no more in that one. So would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? And are there certain colours you're hoping for? 1, 2, and 3. So let's go down. So Oyster number 1. Donate, bless you, thank you, Sharon. Oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, I can see we have a darker TARDIS blue there. There's no more in that one. So here is your dark TARDIS blue. Moving on to your oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side, and in here you are twinning, and you're twinning with quite a nice sized apple green twins there, and there's no more in that one. Now visually they may be slightly different shades to each other, but if they are, I think they are, but there's definitely not a lot in it at all. You've got one which is slightly brighter. Oh, it's a bit bright there, isn't it? One which is slightly brighter, one which is slightly lighter. Apple green twins. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is again from the Tantalizing Treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a pinkle, and there's no more in that one. So you have a pinkle, my lovely. Now a pinkle is a mix between a pink and a purple. And now let me pop these in here for you. Okay, what do you think to all of these, my lovely? I know those greens are a bit bright. What I'll do is I'll pop them all on the board just to... Oh, sometimes with the lighter pearls. There you go. I mean, they're still bright pearls, but you can see you've got the pinkle, the TARDIS blue, and twinning apple greens. Slight different shade you can see in between the two there. I hope you're happy with those. If I run them through the board, your pinkle is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Slightly brighter apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Slightly lighter apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. So they are measuring slightly different there as well. And then your TARDIS blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, he's a runner, not a 6, he is a 6.5. I'm glad you're happy with those. Let me pop them. Wingardium Leviosa. Oh, he does make me chuckle. He does indeed. Okay, so Sharon, my lovely, I'm glad you're happy with those colours. Bless you, Donna. Thank you for the stars there. And Sharon, thank you for the donations with your shells. Let's do your trick or treat. Okay, so your trick or treat is... you have a treat. You have an extra oyster opening, Sharon, which means we'll do that now for you. You have an extra oyster opening. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Donna, bless you. Thank you for the stars. And Mary, thank you for the stars as well. Can you have mystery and donate? Oh, you can indeed. Is there a certain colour that you're hoping for here? Let me get him open. I always advise, guys, just don't click on any external links. You just don't know where they're going to lead you to. Yeah. So let's go down for your mystery oyster. So in here, you have a light pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can actually see a peeper through the flesh there. And you have a brighter pink, Sharon. There's no more in that one. What do you think to a brighter pink? What do you think to this one? Are you happy with that one, my lovely? Again, let me just run him through the board for you. So he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is a 6.5. Re-shushio. Can you swap to a lighter icy blue? You can indeed. Let's go back down so you can see that icy blue. I've actually got one next to me here. Would you be happy with this one here? Oh, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop them on the board. Would you be happy with that one there, my lovely? You haven't got an icy blue yet? Oh wow! Would this one here be okay? Pretty. Just going to bring you back up. Yes, perfect. Okay, well Sharon, I hope you're happy with all of that then once it arrives. Thank you for the donations of your shells as well. And that's safe up there for you. Oh, is it Bronny? Stay safe. I don't know how big the hail is in New Zealand, but yeah, stay safe. I do love a good storm though, me. I suppose that's because again they don't get that bad over here. So I haven't, I suppose, been a part of a true storm. Right, up next this evening is Amy Pearson. Amy, are you here? Sharon, you're very, very welcome. Amy Pearson, are you here? Again, I am going to be doing an updated order list shortly, so if you have ordered, I can do that updated order list. And if you would like to order, there are still a few spaces left for this evening. So Amy Pearson. Amy, if you're here, possibly type I'm invisible for us. It will bring a comment forward so I can see you. Oh, Dawn, bless you. From fading to nothing. I think you just have to swipe to one of the sides, Zoe. Now, if anybody can see Amy, please comment on her comments because that will bring it forward so I can see. And if Amy, you are here, please type I'm invisible, bring your comment forward so I can see you. Oh, did I let my tea go cold? Oh. It's on the cusp of being too cold, so I'll just drink it quickly. Yep, Amy, that's perfect. Thank you for confirming that for me. So, Amy, you have one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? Halloween. And donate your shells, of course you can. Now, is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So your Halloween oyster, let me get this open. And let's go down. You have a lighter pop there. And in here, a little bit of flesh on that side, but you can see there's no pearls there. You like most of the colours, just not pinks. Well, so far we haven't had any pinks come out of the Halloween oysters. You have a bright, deeper coral, which is more like an orangey tone to him. So an orangey coral, my lovely. And there's no more in that one. Now, if I dry this one up for you and hold him up so you can see. What do you think to this one? Gina, it's decorated. It is. I knocked over Madam Mim a moment ago. What do you think to this one, Amy? Now, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. However, if you're not happy and you would prefer to swap him, we can do that for you. You like that one? Perfect. So he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. Let me bring you back up here. I'm glad you're happy with him. And you also get a trick or treat as well. Let me just pop that on there for you. So your trick or treat, again, I'm just going to give them a mix. So to mix these, I've laminated these cards. So you just pick them up and drop them in, because then they just sort of go everywhere. So your trick or treat, and you have a treat. You have 10% off your next order. So if you would like to order again, Amy, you'll have a 10% off code to use on the website. That will get sent to your email address tomorrow, and again, you can use it straight away, but also you can hold on to it because it doesn't have an expiry date on there. I hope you're happy with that one, my lovely. Thank you for the donations with your shells, and that's safe up there for you. In all honesty, Amy, I wouldn't know off the top of my head. I do answer a lot of emails each day, so I can't sort of retain the information for each person. And also now, because we've got Kia here as well, Kia may have answered you. So I honestly don't know off the top of my head. Actually, hang on, it's coming to me. If it's about which colour pearl was on a charm, and now I don't know if this is you, then yes, it did make sense. Always, if we ever don't understand anything on an email, we do email back to sort of clarify, to make sure everything's correct. So if you haven't got an email back, then it should be okay. But no, I hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, up next this evening is Dee Dee Blackhurst. Dee Dee, are you here? It was you. Perfect. No, you're not awkward at all. I'm surprised I remembered, to be honest. But no, yeah, that wasn't confusing. It's all sorted. That's not a problem. Dee Dee Blackhurst, are you here? That sounds nice. I can't remember the last time I had a Chinese. Like home cooked or ordered, or like... Dee Dee, first time. Hello, my lovely. Can you have Nasha number 1? Of course you can. Donate shells. Can you see all the pearls before you choose your pearl for the dog balloon charm? Now, Dee Dee, how it actually works is you've got your tantalising treat. So yes, of course you can have Nasha number 1. Now you've got your dog balloon charm, which means you've got another oyster opening for that one. And you've got your 4 pearl oyster as well. So yes, I can leave all the pearls in the sand for you, and then you can choose which colours you'd like on your charm as well. That's not a problem. So we'll do your tantalising treat first. So Nasher number 1, donating your shells. Now I do need to top this board up, but again, Nasher number 1 is there, so we'll do him now. So in here, 1, 2, and 3. No more in that one. Let's get these open for you. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 3. So let's go down. We're going to start with this oyster here. So oyster number 1, you have a light pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. So in here, I can see straight away that you're twinning. And you're twinning with a Candy Floss Pinks here. And there's no more in that one. So twinning with Candy Floss Pinks from your first oyster. Moving on to oyster number 2 from your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. Oh, quite a large pearl in here and a darker pearl. And there's no more in that one. Let me dry him up for you. Now he's a two-tonal purple and silver. Almost looks like chocolatey silver, but I do think he's got those purple tones to him. And then moving on to the last oyster of your tantalising treats. There's one side and the other side. And in here you've got a lovely lighter gold. And there's no more in that one. Okay, so let me just dry these ones up for you. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through these colours, Dee Dee. I will keep them in the sand and then we'll open your other oysters, okay? So if I show you these pearls first, like I say, you've got those twinning Candy Floss Pinks. I'm going to actually pop them on the board just because, again, with the lighter pearls, sometimes it's easier to see them on the board. So twinning Candy Floss Pinks, beautiful lighter gold, and then you've got that two-tonal silvery purpley chocolate pearl. I hope you're happy with those colours there. If I run them through the board, pink twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Pink twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And your two-tony goldy chocolatey purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. I hope you're happy with those. Now I'm just going to pop them at the bottom of the sand dish, and that's just because we're going to be opening up your other oysters as well, and then we can see them all together at the ends there. So you've got a normal oyster and a 4 pearl oyster as well. So I'm going to grab your 4 pearl oyster for you. What other oyster would you like? Now we've got mystery oysters, which are a mix of all the colours. We've got the Halloween oysters, which are Halloween coloured pearls. You've got New rainbow oysters, which are dark rainbow coloured pearls. Expand the rainbow oysters, which are lighter rainbow coloured pearls. And then you've got the normals bag, which are more normal natural colours. So you can sort of go for a bag which has got a colour that you're possibly hoping for. I hope I didn't just confuse you, but basically a mix of all the colours, Halloween colours, light rainbow, dark rainbow, normal. Which one would you like? And I'm going to grab, so this is your 4 pearl oyster here. What other oyster would you like? that one there. New rainbow. Oh, sorry, again, that's the ones down here. Don't have room for them on the desk. I might bring a table and pop it next to me for Friday's live. Okay, so are we donating these shells again here? And are there certain colours you're hoping for? So let's go down. We're going to start with your new rainbow oyster here. So new rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side, and in here, oh, okay, so you have got purple twinning pearls here, and there's no more in that one. Now, we don't normally find this shade of purple in the new rainbow oysters. So I hope you're happy with them. However, with these ones, Dee Dee, you can actually swap them if you're not happy. I'm going to just pop them on the board. Beautiful lighter purple twins. Now you can see this one here is slightly brighter than his twin. So there is a slight difference between the two. So we're looking for a blue. Okay, so fingers crossed for a blue. So you do have your 4 pearl oyster as well. So if we open him up for you. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you've got 1 and 2 runaways. 3. Oh, I can feel it here. There we go, and 4. Okay, so there's no more in that one. If I just dry these up for you, and then I'm going to pop them in the sand so you can have a close look. Now, with your tantalising treats, we can't swap those colours. However, with these purples and your quadding pearls that have just come out, we can swap these. So if you're not happy with these, we can swap them for you. I know you said you're hoping for that blue for your charm. So what I'm actually going to do, just because these are lighter as well, I'm going to pop them straight on the board so you can see these ones, and then we'll show them all in the sand together. Okay, so the ones which have just, sorry, let me say that again. The ones which have just come out of your quadding oyster are lemon yellow, pastel apple green, a coral, and a watermelon. So all together, from you've got those twinning purples, yellow, green, coral and watermelon. Then of course at the bottom you've got your gold, your twinning pinks and your 3-tonal pearl as well. What do you think to all of these, my lovely? And like I say, if you're happy, which one would you like on that charm? If you're not happy, I can swap the top half of the pearls for you. I'm going to pop these ones on the board. So the slightly darker purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Slightly lighter purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. So they are measuring at the same size there. Your watermelon is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. And your coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. Can we swap the yellow for a black and the watermelon for a bright blue? We can indeed. Let me just grab those for you. And is it the blue that you'd like on the jewellery? Now when you say bright blue, I'm going to grab you a bright icy blue. Now let me know if this is too light a colour. If you'd like, if you prefer a darker TARDIS blue, which can still be bright, That's not a problem. So I'm actually again just going to pop this blue on the board just because it is a lighter colour so you can see. Are you happy with that blue there? Oh, and then I'm going to, that's the black there as well. It auto focuses, Suzanne, so yeah, it does sort of go out of focus slightly. It should auto focus and come back in though. If it doesn't auto focus, because of the amount of moving we're doing and because of the sort of taking it to the camera in a way, it sort of needs to do that autofocus. Order the silver plain. Also order silver plain studs for the candy pink twins. You can. Blue for the charm, yes. More of a TARDIS blue, of course. That's not a problem. Let me just grab this blue out and we're going to get more of a TARDIS blue for you. Okay, so a brighter TARDIS blue. Oh, how about that one there? That's quite a nice one. So again, I'm just going to bring the camera back down so you can see that blue. I'm going to pop it on the board again. Would you be happy with that blue there, my lovely? Let me write this down for you. So we are going to have the blue, if you're happy with it, on the charm. And you'd like to have the simple studs with the candy pink twins. Okay, so I've got that down for you. The invoice will get sent through tomorrow and that will go to the email address that's on the order form, okay? I'm just waiting to see if that blue... Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, so let me pop those on there for you. I'm glad you're happy with that. So let's do your trick or treat as well. So we're just going to dive in. And I'm not looking. There we go. So you've got this one here. So your trick or treats card. You have a trick, Dee Dee, which does mean that there's nothing on the back of that card. But I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And of course, thank you for the donations with your shells as well. That's safe up there for you. Perfect. And up next is Lisa Gilby. Lisa, are you here? Oh, Dee Dee, can you also get the 2 purple pearls on jump rings? Of course you can. Sorry, Dee Dee. I'll write that down for you. It'll all be included in the same invoice for you tomorrow, okay? So that's the purples on jump rings. I've got that down for you, my lovely. No, you're very, very welcome. And again, I've popped that safe up there for you. And Lisa, hello, 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 you're here too. So you have a sparkle dip with a oyster opening. So where did I put the sparkle dip bag then? So I need to push my skull back on my desk. Oh. It's on the desk-ish. It's definitely like I can fit my hand on the desk next to it. So I'm going to give these a mix for you, Lisa. And oh, I didn't realise I'm going to give them a mix for you and then I'm going to dive in. So nothing in my hand. I'm going to grab a big pinch. Okay, so so this one here. Now this one has never... Sorry, I'm just grabbing the chain. This one has never been on the website and it's the largest size that this one comes in. Okay, so the colour is clear crystal, so it doesn't have a colour to it, it is a clear crystal. Let's go down. Now this is a large clear crystal heart. Now like I say, it's a different style of heart to what we normally have on the website. It's more wider and it's more symmetrical, this heart. So as you can see, it's quite a nice thickness, this pendant. Now if you're happy with this one, Lisa, you can stick. As when you're wearing it, it will sort of go to central, because as it drops down it will sort of centralise itself out. It's just because it's on the card and I'm moving it around, it sort of goes almost side to side like that, because it can move, but like I say, as you're wearing it, it does drop down central there. Now if you're happy with this one, you can stick, or if you prefer to risk it, you can twist it, my lovely, and you can dive in for another one. What do you think to this? Can you stick with that one? Of course you can. Let me bring you back up. Now you do have an oyster opening with that one there. So what type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? There we go. Sorry, I just needed to move that then. Mystery and keep the shells. Now, is there a certain colour you're hoping for here? And are you thinking, or are you hoping for pearls on or off of your jewellery? So your mystery oyster. Let's get him open. And let's go down. So in here, not sure. Okay, so we'll see what comes out, and then you can have a think and you can go from there. So in your mystery oyster, now I'll clean up the shells for you in just a second. So there's none on that side. Oh, I can actually see a peeper. Can you see that there? Let me have a squidge, and you're twinning. You're twinning with lighter lilac purple twins there, and there's no more in that one. Okay, what do you think to this one, my lovely? Again, I'm just cleaning up the shells for you. Now, if you're happy with these, that's perfect. If you prefer to swap these, we can do that for you. And you can also decide if you'd like to have these loose, or you can have them on the jewellery if you would prefer to. So it's going to be completely up to you and your decision, Lisa, what you would like to do. So there they are in the sand. I'm going to run them through the board, and then I'll hold them up next to your pendant so you can see them there as well. Purple number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. And purple number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. So they are measuring at slightly different sizes there. So this is your pendant. Now if you was to have your pearl on here, it would get fitted up here. So it would be able to move around at this level compared to this heart there. That's your purple next to that heart. What do you think? What would you like to do? There we go, there they are in the sand next to each other, so you can see that colour. Of course you can, my lovely. Not a problem at all. Let me bring you back up and I'll write that down for you. First of all, let me wrap up these shells. Okay, so we're going to have no pearl on there, and you'd like to have them on hoop fittings. Perfect. I've got that down for you. And again, your invoice is going to get sent through for you tomorrow, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form, okay? And there's your pearls in there for you. I hope you're happy with that. You also have a trick or treat, so good luck, my lovely. And you have a trick or treat. No, Lisa, you're very welcome. On your trick or treat, however, you do have a trick, which that does mean that there's nothing on the back of that one there. I've wrapped up your shells for you, and I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. Okay, up next in this evening is Kylie Grace. Kylie, are you here? Kylie, hello, hello, hello. You have a sparkle dip and an oyster opening as well. So again, we're going to grab the sparkle dip bag. I'm going to give them, excuse me, I'm going to give them a mix. And then I'm going to grab a big pinch and we'll see which one you get. Okay, so you actually have a Baguette crystal pendant here. So this is one of the smaller size baguettes that we're doing, and it's more of an elegant pendant. Now it does have a beautiful colour to him. So let's go down. This is the Bermuda Blue smaller triangle baguette crystal pendant. What do you think to this one, Kylie? Now, if you're happy with this one, you can stick. However, if you would prefer, you can risk it and twist it. So it's going to be completely up to you what you would like to do. And it's that Bermuda Blue, which means you've got the different shades, excuse me, different shades of blue as it catches the lights there. You love that. Does that mean you would like to stick with that one? Yeah, perfect. Okay, so you also have a oyster opening with that one. So what type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? Love, love, love. What do you think? Ooh. Excuse me. It's the elegance of it, Aria, I think, and the colour as well. It just makes it pop. Donate the shells and mystery oyster. Okay, Kylie, is there a certain colour you're hoping for? And are you thinking pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery? So let's go down. Your mystery oyster. We have a softer pop with that one. And there is your mother of pearl. Okay, so in here, oh, again I can see a peeper, and it's turning out to be a lilac purple night. You have a lighter lilac purple, my lovely, and there's no more in that one. So again, I'm just going to dry this up for you and hold him up so you can see. And I will hold him next to that jewellery as well, so you can see if you'd like to have this one on or off of the jewellery. And of course, if you're not happy with the colour, we can swap him for you. If I hold him on the board as well. And if I run him through the board, he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. Oh, right, here he is next to that blue. What do you think to that one, my lovely? Donna, I'll go through, if you've got a tantalising treat, I will go through the faces with you, it's not a problem. Change the colour? Of course you can, Kylie. What colour would you like to swap to? What colour would you like to swap to? I've automatically gone to grab a blue. A silver. Oh, I love that. Are you thinking pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery? Also, we have a few different shades of silver. I'm going to grab you a lighter silver, but let me know if you, once you see it, if you prefer a darker one. Oh, pearl on. Okay, so this is almost like a very, very light silver. Let me show you next to the pendant. Like I say, I do have darker silvers. I just thought you might like to have look at that. What do you think to that one? Pearl on the jewellery. A gold, let me see. Yes, you can. I'm just going to see where. Here's the gold. I've only got bright golds. We saw lighter, more, not pastel gold, but just lighter shades of gold. So the golds that I've got at the moment in my swap pots are these beautiful, deep, sort of rich gold colours. Okay, so if I hold this gold next to your blue. Again, sorry, let me just get it focused. Oh, I quite like that. But what do you think, Kylie? look to see if I've got... That one's great. Perfect. Okay, so let me just bring you back up here as well. I'm glad you're happy with that one there. Just putting this in here for you. I've got the yawns now, guys. I'm so sorry. Once they start, they don't stop. I'm trying. Now, Kylie, you also get a trick or treat. So good luck, my lovely. So in here, you have a trick or treat and you have a treat. You have a extra oyster opening, my lovely, which means we'll do that now for you if you're happy to do so. So what type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? Oh, Zoe, I'm so sorry to hear that. Donate, please, and Halloween. Okay, is there a certain colour you're hoping for with a Halloween oyster? Okay, so let me get him open for you. And let's go down. You have a lighter pop there. And in here I can see a darker pearl straight away at the bottom. There's no pearls on that side, just a little bit of flesh there. Now I can see, like I say, this beautiful darker, deeper pearl towards the bottom there. And there's no more in that one. Now that's just a piece of shell that came away, okay. So if I dry him up for you, you have a dark chocolate bronze, Kylie. Now let me hold this up for you. Again, if you're happy with this one, that's perfect. And if you're not happy, we can swap him for you. So you've got a darker, deeper chocolate bronze. Actually, I'm just going to pop him on the board because again, he's one of those colours that reflect. There you go. What do you think to this one? He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He is a 7.5. That's lovely. Perfect. Okay, Kylie, thank you very much for the donations of your shells. And I do hope you will be happy with everything once it arrives as well. Okay, and that's safe up there for you. And up next this evening is Lisa Massey. Lisa, are you here? Very welcome, Kylie. Lisa, hello. Hello, my lovely. So you have a tantalising, there we go, a tantalising treat. Which face would you like? So I'm just topping these faces up for you because I haven't topped them up for a little while. There we go, they're all topped up. So which face would you like? You have Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Nasher, or Evil Knievel? Lisa, Casper number 3. Okay, perfect. So Casper is this one here. Number 3 is at the bottom. So Casper number 3, you have 1, 2, 3, and there's no more in that one. So would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells, Lisa? And are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Okay, so that's them open, and let's go down. So Oyster number 1. There's one side. They are, yes, Zoe, and the other side. So in here, in your first oyster, we have a darker pearl there. Donate the shells. Thank you very much. And you're hoping for a possible red pearl. Okay, so you have your first pearl is a darker pearl, and he's a two-tonal olive green. So he's this dark, deep chocolate and olive green pearl. Thank you, Bab. So chocolates and olive green as you go around the shell there, pearl there, sorry. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning. And you're twinning with what looks to be lighter autumn peach twins there. So let me just dry these up for you. So one is visually slightly larger than the other. So twinning autumn peach twins. And then moving on to your last oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are quadding. You are quadding with your tantalising treats, Lisa. And there's no more in that one. So with your quadding oyster, let me dry these up for you. I'm just going to pop them straight on the board so you can see the colours. We've got a lemon yellow, a icy blue, a coral and a chocolate silver. Okay, so lemon yellow, icy blue, coral and a chocolate silver. Lisa, I hope you're happy with all of these here. And here are your awesome peach twins as well. So you can see that this one here is visually slightly larger, slightly brighter than his twin there. If I run them all through the board for you, the lighter, visually slightly smaller twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. His awesome peach twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. So they are measuring slightly different sizes there. That two-tonal chocolatey olive green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. And then your quadding oyster, the darker pearl is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your coral is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. And your lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he is a 6.5. I do hope you're happy with all of those, my lovely. I'm just popping them in here for you. And then on here as well. And you also have your trick or treat. So, good luck. Your trick or treat card. And you do have a trick, which does mean that there's nothing else on the back of that card there, Lisa. However, I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives, and thank you as well for the donations with your shells. And that's safe up there for you. Okay. Up next is Donna Bradshaw. Donna, I can see that you're here. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, so Donna, you have 1, 2 oysters altogether. So we'll do those first if that's okay. So what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Not on the live today, Zoe. But if you either email to us to see them on a live and I can get them out ready for the next live, or if you email and ask for the sizes, we can measure them for you. What does it say on the mug? So it says Pearls of Brecon on this side. On the reverse side it says Our Pearl Queen, love from your Pearl group. That was a gift. Okay, so Donna, what 2 oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Yep, I've added it together for you. That's not a problem. Yep, Pamela, you are on after Donna. And then, so shall I do a quick updated order list? It's Donna now, then it's Pamela, and then we have Jessica McEwen, Sophie North, and Beth. Is it Arthur? Oh, I'm so sorry, Beth. Beth Arthur Oy. Hopefully I pronounced that right. If I didn't, I'm ever so sorry. No, Zoe, ask away. I'm sorry I can't get them out in live. It's only because normally I would be able to sort of go and grab them. Because we've got all of this going on, I can't get the jewellery out right now. I won't be able to get to it. But yeah, but if you pre-warn me, like I said, I can get it out ready, or I can send you the sizes if you prefer to do it that way. Halloween and Expand the Rainbow, donate the shells. Okay. Are there certain colours you're hoping for, Donna? Let me get these open for you. That's it, your Expand the Rainbow and Halloween. And let's go down. We'll start with your Halloween oyster. You have a light, sharp pop there. Oh, bless you, Beth. Okay, so in your Halloween oyster, Donna, there's your mother of pearl. Now I can see straight away you've got a bright watermelon colour, which is this beautiful, bright, almost pinky, orangey, corally colour. We call it watermelon because it does have that sort of bright watermelon tone to him, in my opinion. So let me hold him up and show you your first pearl out there. He's beautiful. And then moving on to your Expand the Rainbow oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have a brighter pink. There's no more in that one. Okay, Donna, what do you think to these? A watermelon and a brighter pink. Again, if you're happy with these colours, that's perfect. I'll just need to know which colours you would like where. If you're not happy with the colours, we can swap them for you. So just let me know what you think and what you would like to do. There they are in the sand. So watermelon and bright pink. And then on the board for you, your pink, is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And your watermelon is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. No, this is for... Would you like me to say what this is for? Until the end of the order list, Courtney. We don't normally put a time on it, just sort of when we get to the end of the order list. And Sherry, thank you, my lovely. Donate the shells. So my mum works in a nursery, and this is just one example of what they use the shells for. So they use them in play, they use them in collages, in artwork, in learning about the world. They use them in lots of different ways. That's just one way there. Okay, so this is for the October monthly deal and the Mother of Pearl snowflake pendant. Okay, so the October monthly deal and the Mother of Pearl snowflake pendant. If you're happy with these colours, which one would you like on which item? Bless you, Gazdy. Sorry, I took a sip of my drink. Can you have the pink on the snowflake? You can indeed. And then the watermelon on there. Perfect. I've got that down for you. Let me pop these in here for you. And then you also have you have 3 tantalizing treats. So what I'll need to know is what 3 pumpkin faces you would like, and also number 1, 2 or 3, so I know what bag to get. So the number 1 bags are the top row, number 2 bags are the middle row, and number 3 bags are the bottom row. So what 3 faces would you like, and what 3 numbers alongside those faces? So the faces that you can choose from are Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, and Evil Knievel. What do you think? What would you like to do? Oh, bless you, Courtney. Well, I will say, I don't know, obviously, if you've been at work or been busy, then obviously that's understandable. But what we do is we set, on the Facebook page, Pearls of Brecon, we set up the events for the month. So all the events of the live videos that we'll be doing this month in October are in the events section on the page. If you click that you're going to those events, Facebook then gives you a little notification as a reminder. So I know that you do get sometimes you get a notification when we go live. However, if you say you're going to the event, you get a notification to say that the event's about to start. So that's a guaranteed way to get notified about the lives. Obviously, it's then your choice if you choose to join then or not. But that is always something which I sort of say, if you click you're going, you're definitely going to get that notification then. I hope that helps. Oh, okay. So Donna, let's bring you back. So Evil number 1. So Evil Knievel was this one here. So Evil number 1. Toothy number 3. Casper number 2. So we'll show you the bags. So Casper, Toothy, and Evil Knievel. Would you like to keep or would you like to donate these shells? We'll open these probably one at a time so I don't forget which one's which. So we'll start with Toothy. So you're Mr. Toothy. This one. 2 and 3. 3 oysters in Toothy. Casper is a popular guy. He is. He's been the most picked today. One, 2 and 3. So let's go down. Oyster number 1. You have a light pop there. Oh, that one had a lot of seaweed in. That literally, look, it's dripping from my hand. Wow. There's your mother of pearl. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so in here I can see a... Ugh, there's no more in that one. A lighter pastel yellow. I just need to move that because that's going to run away everywhere. So your first oyster has given you a lighter pastel yellow. I know no one's gone for Nasha today, have they? Thank you, Teresa. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you're twinning. And you're twinning with darker chocolate twins here. Let me dry them up for you. And again, I'm just going to pop them straight in the sand. Oh, that one there is slightly mottled chocolate. Can you see that? And then moving on to your last oyster from that bag. There's one side. Oh, and the other side, and it ran out that way there. There is no more in that one, and you have a darker pearl. So with this one here, you have a darker gunmetal grey. Now what I'm going to do, because I know that the lighting is going a bit funny, isn't it? We're just going to pop them on the board. So from your first bag, you've got twinning mottled chocolates, which I'll just show you. Hang on. Okay, so as we go around, you can see the mottled chocolate effect. Mottled chocolate number 2, a pastel yellow and a darker gunmetal grey. So if I measure these ones for you, mottled chocolate number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Mottled chocolate number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5. He's a 6. And your darker gunmetal grey is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. So that's from your first bag there. We're then going to open up Casper. So this is, let's bring you back up actually. This is Casper. So in here you have 1, 2 and, oh, that's a big bag. 3 oysters inside Casper. So let me just get these ones open for you as well. And actually, while we're here, we probably can grab Evil Knievel's oysters as well, because they'll now fit on the board. We'll just open them separately. So in your last bag as well in here, 1, 2 and 3. All these are big packaging bags as well. So I'll open these again separately. It's just so then that opens. So all of your bags have 3 oysters in there. So 1, 2, and 3. Okay, perfect. So Donna, oh, I keep getting my head stuck on that netting. Let's go down. So, Casper bag numbers. We'll do Casper's bag first. Oyster number 1. There's one side. Oh, and the other side. And you're quadding. You are quadding with Casper number 1. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's no more in that one. So you have, oh wow, it's quite a pinky watermelon. I love that colour. Okay, so you've got a apple green, a yellow, a coral, and a watermelon, but his very pinky watermelon there. I love that there. Apple green, lemon yellow, coral, and pinky watermelon. Moving on to oyster number 2. There's one side and the other side. And in here, oh, you have a huge apple green, and there's no more in that one. Here is your apple green. And then moving on to the last of Casper's shells, oysters. There's one side and the other side. And in here we have a darker pearl there. He just ran back under the shell. There's no more in that one. And you have a dark, deep purple. Okay, so there is your dark, deep purple as well. I mean, any pearl colour is going to pop with a silver grey outfit, Kirsty, I think. I think that just then depends on like what accessories possibly you're wearing. Are you wearing a colour sort of accessories or anything like that? Now, moving on to Evel Knievel's oysters as well, Donna. So we'll measure these 2 bags at the end, okay? So Evel Knievel oyster number 1. There's one side and the other side. And in here, you're twinning. And it looks like you're twinning with black cherry twins, actually. There's no more in that one. Let me just dry these up for you. They are deep, dark, black cherries. Let me pop them on the board for you. Moving on to your next oyster. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning with darker twins there, and there's no more in that one. These are darker chocolate twins. And then moving on to your last oyster, which is again from bag Evel Knievel. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are twinning for a 3rd time. Evel Knievel had twins in each of his oysters there. And again, they look like you've got black cherry twins. These are slightly brighter than the first set you got. Still quite a nice dark, deep colour, but I think you can see more of the red in these ones. Okay, so Donna, let's pop these in here and go through these. So the 4 at the bottom are the 4 that we've already been through and measured for you. Okay, so then you've got your quadding oyster at the top with a apple green, a lemon yellow, a coral and a watermelon. You've got that large apple green and that darker gunmetal grey. Twinning black cherries, twinning chocolates and twinning black cherries again. Donna, I hope you're happy with all of these. Let me measure these top halves of pearls for you. So your watermelon is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your coral's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your lemon yellow is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your single apple green is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. Your darker gunmetal grey purple one is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's a 6.5. First set of black cherry twins is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, he's not a 6.5, he's a 7. Black cherry number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your chocolate twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Chocolate number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Then the slightly brighter black cherry twins number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And his twin is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he is a 7. Let me bring you back up again. Can you have hoop fittings on them all? You can indeed. All of the... Hang on, let me read this again. Can you have hoop fittings on all of the single and one each of the twins and have the other twins separate? Okay, so that means you've got 4 separate pearls and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 hoop fittings. Is that correct, my lovely? What I've just done is I've just split, taken one of each of the twins away from it, just so I know. I've been doing this years now. Sometimes I get tongue twisted. But when you're sort of used to saying the same thing, you can say it pretty fast. So let me write this down. No, you're very, very welcome, Donna. I'm glad you're happy with that. You have your trick or treat, not stick or treat. You have your trick or treat as well. So let's dive in here. And you have your trick or treat card. You have a treat, Donna. You have 15% off code. So tomorrow you'll get an email from me with a 15% off code, which you'll be able to use on the website. You can use it straight away or you can hold on to it because it won't have an expiry date on it. The invoice for the hoop fittings will also get sent through tomorrow to the email address that's on the order form as well. I do hope you'll be happy with everything and thank you very much for the donations with your shells. That is safe up there for you. Okay. And up next this evening is Pamela Rousewell. Pamela, are you here? You use it wisely. I like that. Pamela Rousewell, are you here? Pamela, hello, hello, hello. Pamela, you have one opening altogether. What type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? I think my glove's too tight on my thumb. Needs some like air in there. Love the kittens. Thank you. We have bats as well. I think for Friday's live I'll try and get the bats to sit a little bit more equally because they did hang down lower but they're in the way of Madam Mim, that's the one. I'll remember. So I had to put them up a bit. I couldn't remember her name then. Oh gosh, yeah, it's almost midnight here. Expand the rainbow and donate the shells. Of course you can. Pamela, is there a certain colour that you're hoping for? So your expand the rainbow oyster. Oh, my hair's caught on my earring. Sorry, my hair's actually... There we go. I don't know what happened then. So, expand the rainbow oyster, donate the shells. Are there certain colours that you're hoping for? Let's go down. So, in here, there's one side and the other side. And in here, you are twinning. And you're twinning with brighter lemon yellow twins there. Let me dry these up for you. So you have brighter lemon yellow twins. What do you think to these, Pamela? And if you're happy, are you happy with one of those to go onto the jewellery? I'm just going to run them through the board as well. So, lemon yellow number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He's a 6.5. And lemon yellow number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. He is also a 6.5. Now, let me hold him up in the sand. It might not... Oh, yeah, no, that's not too bright. You can see them there. What do you think to those, Pamela? Are you happy with those? If not, I can swap them for you. Or if you prefer to have some time to think about it, but just hold them there, you can take a screenshot and then email me. Not that I know of, Pamela. Not that I know of off the top of my head, no. Just going to keep moving my hands. Not with that. Oh. Did I get your message? I mean, I've got the... Yes. Yes is the answer to I've got it and the question you asked. But I don't have instructions. They're not instructions. Let me bring you back up. So yeah, I've got a message on the bottom of the order to just obviously request the day, and to double check colours and stuff. So yeah, that's all correct, but I'm not sure. Not sure what you mean. Do you know what? Would you like to have a think about the pearl colour, and email me your choice? Or if you know now, we can do that for you now as well. Julie, hello from Devon. Hello, my lovely. I want to go back to Devon. Me and Aaron, when we went to Devon last time, we were like, right, we're going to move here. We loved it, loved it, loved it, loved it. But we just haven't moved. If we ever do move, though, I'm guessing we will go towards that way. Can we swap them for 8.5 hot pink and 8.5 lemon yellow? And can you pay to have the other pearl on the bracelet as well? You can indeed. Let me have a look for the... that one I think is the largest yellow we've got. I'll show you in just a second. And hot pink. Yeah, we've got quite some large ones in here. I reckon we've got an 8.5. That one there looks quite large. Okay, so let's go down. You can have a closer look at these, and also I'll pop them on the board to just double check that they are the correct size for you. Okay, so your lemon yellow, if you're okay with that colour there, Pamela. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. So he is an 8.5, which is perfect. And the hot pink, again, just confirm if you're happy with that colour for me. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8. Okay, so they're both 8.5s there. So they're both the correct size. Just confirm if they're the correct colour. And then I'll just write this down as well. Perfect. I've wrote that down for you, but like I say, just confirm if you're happy with those shades. Oh. Thank you for all the love, by the way, guys. I can see it coming up the side there and all the thumbs up and everything. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Not too bad, thank you, Donna. It's still a bit sore, but it's gonna be, isn't it? I think it's internally healing now, which ugh, it just makes me ugh, cringy. But yeah, yeah, it's definitely on the way. I was asking if the orange frosting his hearts had the pink glints. Yeah, I believe so. If it's the colour that you've picked, yeah, it'll be the colour that shows. So one on the website, when you go to pick that colour, it will change that. It should change the picture to that colour, and also that name heart. If you find it in the Swarovski crystal hearts in the charm section, you can also see the photos there. So yes, from the top of my head, I believe it is that sort of tinted, toned. Hang on, wait a second. It depends. The one you've picked is a more subtle one, or you've got the really bright orange with the hot pink flashes, and that's not the one you've picked. So it depends on which one you've picked. Tell you what, I'll make a note here to send a photo of the colour that you've chosen, and then that way if it's the wrong colour, you can email back to let me know and we can change it. Okay, so I'm going to send a photo tomorrow of the one you've picked here, and then you can let me know if it's right or not. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so I've got that down, and then if I just send you a photo, then it's a lot easier for you to just, and for me, just so we can confirm we're not, so we've got the right colour, and if not, we can change it. It's not a problem. I hope you're happy with that. Oh, we need to do your trick or treat as well. So Pamela, mix them up, and your trick or treat is, you have your trick or treat card, and Pamela, you have a trick, my lovely, which does mean that there's nothing on that one, but I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. I would do that placement automatically, but I've made a note just so it's definitely done for you. Okay, Pamela, I do hope you're happy with everything once it arrives. Thank you for the donations of your shells, and I've popped that safely up there for you. Up next is Jessica McEwen. Jessica, are you here? So the order list is Jessica McEwen, Sophie North, and then Beth. Pamela, you're very welcome. So I'm looking for Jessica McEwen. Jessica, are you here? It is Suzanne. We're getting to that sort of season though. Sort of when the nights get dark, the lives automatically get longer as well. I don't know what it is. Maybe I take longer. Yeah, but we do normally have longer lives. It's very strange. Right, last call for Jessica McEwen. If not, we'll move on. Jessica, if you're here, please type I'm invisible. It will bring your comment forward. And if anybody else can see Jessica, please comment on that comment because it will bring it forward so I can see. I haven't seen Jessica, so we're going to move on. Up next is Sophie North. Sophie, are you here? bless you, Alison. Well, I'm sorry that you can't send hearts or likes. I'm not sure why that would be. You didn't need to send the stars, but bless you. Thank you very much. Okay, last call for Sophie North. If not, we'll move on. I don't want my microphone to die. Basically, my microphone's got about 4 hours in it. And I didn't fully charge it, and I'm so sorry. So I don't want it to die. Oh, Sophie, hello, hello, hello. You have a tantalising treat. Can you have Nasha number 2? You can indeed. Good old Nasha number 2. Donate the shells. Sophie, is there certain colours you're hoping for? You have 1, 2 and 3. Let me get these open for you. 1, 2 and 3. So let's go down. So in here, there's one side and the other side. Sophie, your first oyster and you're twinning. You have number 1 and number 2, and you're twinning with dark purple twins there. There's no more in that one. So let me dry these up for you. So twinning dark purple twins there. Moving on to your oyster number 2, Sophie. There's one side and the other side. And in here, I can see you have a black cherry. And there's no more in that one. Any colours? Okay, so you've got dark purples and a black cherry there. And then moving on to your last oyster from Nasha. There's one side and the other side. And in here you are quadding. I can see straight away you have 1, 2, 3 and 4. You are quadding, my lovely. Okay, so again, let me just dry these up for you, Sophie. Okay, so again, I'm just going to pop them on the board. You have a icy blue, a apple green, a watermelon, and a darker gunmetal grey. Oh, icy blue went for a little run around. So let me hold these up so you can have a closer look. Icy blue, apple green, watermelon, and a gunmetal grey. Sophie, I hope you're happy with all of these colours here. So you've got twinning dark purples, a darker black cherry, and then an icy blue, an apple green, a watermelon, and a dark gunmetal grey as well. If I pop them on the board for you, dark purple twin number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7. He's a 7.5. Purple twin number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. So they're actually measuring slightly different sizes there. Your black cherry is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5. He's a 7. You have your darker gunmetal grey. He's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6. he's not a 6.5, he's a 7. Your watermelon's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, he's a 7.5. Your apple green's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your icy blue is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he is an 8. I'm glad you're happy with the colours there. And can you have them on lobster fittings? Of course you can. Okay, I've got that down for you. Your invoice will get sent through tomorrow, and that will go to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, just popping those in there for you. Oh, and the twins on studs. Which twins? The purple twins. You only had purple twins. Yes, purple twins. I'm so sorry. Okay, so let me just go through this. So the purple twins on the studs, and then the other colours on lobster fittings. I hope that's correct, Sophie. Just confirm for me though if that's okay. I am going to grab your trick or treat. So in here you have your trick or treat card, and you have a treat, my lovely. You have 15% off your next order, so you'll get an email from us tomorrow with a 15% off code. Excuse me. And then you can use that straight away if you would like to order again, or you can hold on to it. There's no expiry date. I hope you're happy with that. And that's perfect. So I've got that right. Perfect. So that invoice will also get sent through tomorrow for you as well, Sophie. Thank you very, very much for the donations with your shells. And I do hope that you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. And that's safe up there for you. No, Sophie, you're very, very welcome. Okay, and up next this evening is Beth. Beth A, are you here? I'm so sorry, Beth. Beth A, are you here? Beth, hello. Beth, shall we start with your pearly dip? So your pearly dip is ready-made jewellery. So we pick out one of these envelopes and it's got a ready-made item in there. So I'm just going to dive in. The gold and silver colours don't mean anything to the jewellery. It's just a different colour envelope. I know I say it every time, but it's just to clarify. So let me just get this open for you, Beth. And in here, oh, you have some earrings. Now these are 925 silver earrings. Now these are, I remember when these ones were on the website. So basically with the pearly dips, I normally quite like to hold back some jewellery and then pop it on for things like the pearly dips, so it's just we have something a little bit different in there on there. So you have some of our chain link sparkle earrings. Now these are 925 silver. They are stud back earrings, and you can see, let me just try and get it focused. You can see it's like a chain link here, and then on the front of the chain you've got these beautiful zircon crystals. Now the pearls on here are a really deep, darker midnight blue, so really royal sort of dark blue colour. I do hope you're happy with these, and they've got a lovely length to them as well. So if I bring you up, you can sort of see the length, so it's quite a nice dangle earring there. Beth, You love them. Perfect. I'm glad you're happy with those. They are beautiful. So let me just pop those safely back in here, and then hello? Can you hear me now? Don't take away the sound, not now, not now. Ooh, ooh, darling, please don't go. Is that you can hear? Okay, so basically we're on a mic though that's on the table, so it's gonna be slightly different, and also you're gonna hear a lot more like ratty-tatty where my hands are hitting things. But it's gonna, I'm ever so sorry, Beth, but because this microphone that I wear, the lapel one, has now run out of battery, we're gonna have to stick with this microphone. So I hope that's okay, but I'm glad you can hear me. I hope the sound is okay. And bless you, thank you for the stars. So what I was saying is your sparkle dip that has come out here is sticking with the blue theme. Now obviously you can twist this one, so it's not saying that this is your definite pendant. Let me just pop it on this here. So let's go down. You have the blue rectangle Swarovski crystal growing pendant. Now this is Bermuda blue. What do you think to this one? Now if you're happy with this pendant, you can stick. And of course, if you would like to risk it, you can twist it and we'll go for another pendant. So this is Bermuda blue, and it's got that beautiful growing crystal effect. What do you think to this one? Love that. Does that mean you'd like to stick with that one? Blue's your favourite colour, and you've got the blue earrings and now the blue pendant. Stick. Okay, so you do have an oyster opening with that pendant there. What type of oyster would you like, and would you like to keep, or would you like to donate your shells? What do you think? Oh, bless you, Suzanne. Oh, bless you, Beth. So I said you have an oyster opening alongside that one. So what type of oyster would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate your shells? Thank you, Patricia. I've got that song in my head now. Mystery and keep your shells, Beth. Okay, so is there a certain colour you're hoping for? And are you thinking pearl on or pearl off of the jewellery? So your mystery oyster. Let me get him open. And let's go down. Quite a nice deep pop there. Okay, so in here I can see a peeper towards the side. We have a blush pink pearl there. Let me have a squidge in here for you. And there's no more in that one. So we have a blush pink. Now, I'll hold them up for you so you can have a closer look in a second. Are you thinking pearls on or pearls off of your jewellery? So here is your pink on the board for you. And he's not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And if I hold him next to this jewellery as well. Lovely pearl and off the jewellery. Okay, so let me just write that down for you and bring you back up. So we're going to be happy with the pearl. However, I'd like to have the pearl off of the jewellery. Perfect, I've got that down for you. And then you also have an additional 2 oysters as well. What type of oysters would you like? And would you like to keep or would you like to donate those shells? Hello, 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 welcome to everybody joining and who stayed. Give me a sign, who's been here from the start? 4 hours, 8 minutes in. Mystery again and donate these shells, okay. Now, are there certain colours you're hoping for this time, Beth? So, number 1 and number 2. Let me get these open. There's 1 and 2. Okay, and let's go back down. So in here, you have a light pop there. Oh wow, quite a few of you. And in here, so here is your mother of pearl. And in here, I can see you have a lighter pearl there, and you have a beautiful lighter gold pearl. And there's no more in that one. So you have a light golden pearl. Again, I'm just going to pop them on the board. I think this is the best. Oh, I just hit the mic, sorry. I think this is the best way to show the pearls when we first bring them up there. And then moving on to oyster number 2. Again, we have a softer pop there. And in here, there is your mother of pearl. And I can see you are twinning 1 and 2, and you're twinning with Candy Floss Pink Twins, and there's no more in that one. So let me dry these up for you. So you have a gold and Candy Floss Pink Twins. Now Beth, if you're happy with those, that's perfect. However, if you're not happy and you would like to swap them, we can do that for you as well. So just let me know what you think and what you would like to do. Yep, I did, Beth, not to worry. I've already attached that onto the order form, so it's not a problem. Twin Pink number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. Twin Pink number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. And your gold is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, not an 8, he's an 8.5. You're happy with those? Perfect. Okay, so let me just pop these in here as well. And then I'm just going to wrap up your shells, and then we can do your tantalising treats as well. Now I haven't topped up the board, so let's put the faces up, and you can let me know what face you would like, and I can have a look to see if I need to top the board up. I can definitely top it up. They're already all next to me. I just need to bring them across. So which face would you like, my lovely? So with your tantalising treats, you have the pumpkin. Yes, you do have the pumpkin. Oh, it's that time of night. You have Casper, Toothy, Dracula, Gnasher, and Evil Knievel. Now you get to pick which face you would like, and also 1, 2, or 3. Number 1 is the top bag, number 2 is the middle bag, number 3 is the bottom bag. So I'm just gonna, oh, Gnasher number 1, I don't need to top that up just yet. So Gnasher number 1, Gnasher is here, number 1 is this one here, so you can see good old Gnasher. So let's get him open. Would you like to keep, or would you like to donate these shells? That's 1 and 2 and 3. Nothing else in that one there. Just getting these ones open for you as well. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so let's go down. Oyster number 1, Beth. Donate these ones, bless you, thank you. So there's one side and the other side. And in your first oyster, we have a darker pearl there, and there's no more in that one. He is a darker chocolate to start with. Moving on to oyster number 2 from your tantalising treat. There's one side and the other side. And in here you have another darker pearl, and there's no more in that one. And again, you have another darker chocolate actually, so 2 darker chocolate pearls there. And then moving on to your last oyster, which again is from your Gnasher number 1. as one side and the other side. And in here you're going for another darker pearl. However, I can see that this one does have some purple in him, and again there's no more in there. So if I dry him up for you and pop him on the board, and hopefully you can see that beautiful darker purple there. So if I hold these all up for you to have a closer look, you've got two darker chocolates and a dark purple pearl. Beth, I hope you're happy with those. If I put them on the board for you, chocolate number 1 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. Chocolate number 2 is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, not a 7, not a 7.5, he's an 8. And your purple is not a 5, not a 5.5, not a 6, not a 6.5, he's a 7. No, you're very, very welcome, my lovely. Let me just pop these in here for you, and then we'll do your trick or treat as well. So, Beth, with your trick or treat, you have a piece of string from her thing as well. There we go, trick or treat card. Now you have a treat. You have 10% off. So if you would like to order in the future, I'm going to email you across a code tomorrow, and that's a 10% off code. Now you can use that straight away, but it also doesn't have an expiry date, so you can hold on to that if you would like to, and that will get sent to the email address that's on the order form. Okay, Beth, I hope you're happy with that. Thank you for the donations of your shells, and the ones you've kept I've popped up there as well for you. I do hope you'll be happy with everything once it arrives. Okay, now that has brought us to the end of our order list. So I did say I'd see if I can put old, I don't know if she's going to fall over. The chocolate and the pinks, the chocolates and the pink twins on studs. Of course you can. That invoice will get sent through tomorrow for you, Beth, and that will go to the order form. That's email order address that's on the order form. Oh, maybe she doesn't do it all the time. Right, okay, so thank you all for joining us today. We're going to be live again on Friday, and that's around 8 p.m. Is it still British summertime then? I believe it is. So I hope you all have a brilliant week, and I'll see you on Friday. Take care, guys. Bye.